Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear international friends. It is my pleasure to greet you on the second day of the Security, Science and Peace Conference 2022, organized by the PAGOS Croatia and the World Academy of Art and Science, a conference held under the high patronage of the President of the Republic of Croatia. Yesterday, we had a very fruitful discussion addressing fundamental questions on the successes and failures of international organizations in our global community, the need for new structures and security architectures, as well as the current state of play regarding nuclear threats and non-proliferation and hybrid threats that are ahead of us. We spoke about remembering our humanity as a priority, the importance of having transnational entities for more efficient global governance, and the key role of transnational and global organizations who have to be the initiators of the structural change for the benefit of humanity. Today, we will focus on the role of ethics, social sciences, and religion in global security, human security as new paradigm of global security, and the connection of economic development and energy with security policies. First, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Sergio Duarte, President of PAGOS Conferences of Science and World Affairs, to address the gathering on behalf of PAGOS.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I apologize for being absent at the opening yesterday morning due to a technical problem in my computer. I'm very happy and grateful today for this opportunity to greet my colleagues from PAGOS Croatia and all participants together in my capacity as current president of PAGOS. May I recall in a few words my own experience as Ambassador of Brazil to Croatia. The Brazilian embassy in Zagreb was concurrent with Vienna, where I was accredited between 1999 and 2002. And I had the occasion to present my credentials to then President Stjepan Mesic, and had frequent interaction with Croatian authorities, including the creation of a honorary Brazilian consulate in Zagreb, which was instrumental to increase relations between our countries, particularly in the areas of trade and tourism. I cherish the very pleasant moments of those years, especially when I used to drive from Vienna to Croatia for official business and also to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Adriatic coast and other parts of this charming country. National PAGOS groups play an important role in communicating the ideas behind the PAGOS movement to the public in general and also to the scientific and communities. Meetings like this also generate fresh thoughts and fresh inputs and help to inform and mobilize public opinion about the challenges of our times. As you know, the stimulus for the creation of PAGOS was a manifesto issued in 1955 by Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein. The manifesto highlighted the dangers posed by German nuclear weapons to the survival of mankind and stressed the need for peaceful resolution of international conflicts and the end of all wars. In 1995, PAGOS and then President Joseph Rotblat were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for their efforts to diminish the part played by nuclear arms in international politics, and in the longer run to eliminate such arms. In his acceptance speech, Dr. Rotblat quoted a key phrase from the manifesto in the appeal to scientists of every country. They said, "Remember your humanity and forget the rest." And heeding that call is even more necessary today. Unfortunately, the existential danger posed by nuclear weapons still haunts mankind. Since the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 and until recently, the world has never been confronted with the prospect of nuclear war. That belief has been shattered by the outbreak of the armed Russian aggression against Ukraine. Despite the joint declaration by the 5 nuclear weapon states recognized by the NPT that a nuclear war cannot be won and never be fought, threats of their use have been voiced in the context of that war. Regardless of its motivation, the war waged by Russia against Ukraine is unacceptable under international law. The Charter of the United Nations clearly establishes the obligation to resolve international disputes by peaceful means and to refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity of political independence of any state. The Security Council of the United Nations is specifically charged with the maintenance of peace and security, but has been unable to act because of the use of the power of veto. As a matter of fact, no action by the Council against breaches of peace by any of its 5 permanent members is likely to prosper. These are the same 5 states that are recognized by the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as possessors of such weapons. And unfortunately, they seem to interpret the NPT as anointing them with the right to retain and continue developing their arsenals for as long as they see fit. Security, as the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon once stated, is a public good of the highest order. By entrusting your own security to the possession of continued development of even more destructive means of warfare, nuclear weapon states deny security to the rest of the world and to the majority of the international community. Military expenditures in 2021 surpassed $2 trillion, while resources for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals continue to dwindle. The states that possess nuclear weapons do not seem willing to address seriously the possibility of their elimination. There are still too many unresolved differences, mistrust, and disagreements between states, particularly the major nuclear weapon states. All 9 possessors of nuclear weapons are currently increasing or enhancing their arsenals and developing new methods of conducting warfare, such as supersonic vehicles, cyber capabilities, artificial intelligence, swarms of drones, and other kinds of offensive and defensive systems. Civil society must redouble its efforts to awaken the conscience of mankind to the challenges of the present age. I believe that the most important task before organizations such as Pugwash is to stress the danger posed to the survival of the human race by the 2 greatest threats of our time, climate change and nuclear weapons. We are already behind in our fight to lessen the damage to the environment, and we have left nations to continue creating weapons of mass destruction. If we do not stop, or hopefully reverse the deterioration of the environment, civilization as we know may disappear in a couple of decades. But if we do not eliminate nuclear weapons, civilization as we know may disappear in a few seconds. The construction of a new security paradigm not based on possession of weapons of mass destruction is urgently necessary. It must be non-discriminatory and inclusive in order to provide reliable security assurances to all and not just for a few. The necessary conditions for this are well known: adherence to established norms and principles of international law, respect for generally accepted standards of health interaction among nations, and good faith compliance with commitments accepted in the past. In a word, responsible behavior. This is what we must urgently demand from the leaders of the main powers. I wish you a very, very fruitful discussion in your seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duarte, for these words of welcome and the open. Now I would like to invite Mr. Paolo Cotta-Ramusino, Pugwash Secretary General, to address us with the opening speech on nuclear dangers in present crisis and for giving us a context to the contemporary security challenges.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, is that fine? Well, these times I would say, you see, the Rachel Einstein Manifesto ends with remember your humanity and forget the rest. Now we are in a time where you have people are forgetting humanity and remembering the rest. So I think that we should try to address the problem. I would say that I'm sorry to make a little bit of a, so to say, pessimistic approach, but I think that in fact here the general criteria, general religious attitude, and so to say general social science, ethics, and something like this are really not so much active. And in fact, we have an increasing situation where the religious differences are somehow in different parts of the world increasing antagonism. So we are in a trend which is the opposite of what we would like to have, unfortunately. I think that especially concerning Ukraine, there is a monstrosity which is going on, and it's not just from one side. Of course, we have to criticize Russia for attacking Ukraine, but there was a problem between relation between Russia and Ukraine before. So what we see is that the antagonism between different positions is growing, and the dangers are growing also. We have to understand the different motivation of the parts which are in conflict, even though we don't maybe agree with them. In fact, generally we don't agree with them. But I think that we have to, at some point, go back to the Russell Einstein Manifesto and say, remember your humanity and forget the rest. And that's something which is not easy, but we should do it. And we should keep going in that direction. I would say that after 8 months of from February to 9 or 8 months, 9 months of war, the situation is getting worse and worse. Of course, the Ukrainian people are paying the prices, the highest price of all of this, but also we have debt inside the region which have been somehow controlled by Russia. There is an antagonism between, so to say, Russian-speaking and Ukrainian-speaking people, and no one is winning. Everybody is losing. We have to, in my opinion, to press for an immediate ceasefire and stop this matter. The idea of supporting one side against the other is not something useful. It's not something useful. Hi, Ambassador. I think that we have to press for an immediate ceasefire and negotiations. And the idea that, in fact, from the international law viewpoint, the aggression against Ukraine is illegal, but we have to remember that there are nuclear weapons involved. And so we need to be very careful and stop this conflict and do whatever we can in order to stop this conflict. I think that we have the dangers. Let's get into the detail of the dangers. I mean, there are 1,000 nuclear weapons between US and Russia. The idea of pushing a war in one way or the other one is increasing the danger, the nuclear danger in particular. The fact that the Europeans and the Americans are giving weapons to the Ukrainian, we can understand. Ukraine has been the country which has been suffering most. But at the end of the day, if this giving weapons to Ukrainians is going on, then we're going to have a situation where the conflict will not end. So we need to first make a step in the direction of stopping the war. And then talking. And then discussing about the different problems and working in the direction of solving the problems. I would say that in this point, in this moment, taking sides is not particularly useful. We can understand that the Ukrainians have rights, and no one is denying that. But we need to stop the war first. And Ukrainians who have the rights are the people that are most damaged by this situation. We have 100,000 people killed, and that's something that is unbelievable. There is an economic problem worldwide. There is mainly an impossible life in Ukraine with electricity missing, food missing, house destroyed. And again, it's not something that we should underestimate. We have to stop this madness, period. And then discuss about the problem that are the origin of this madness and try to solve them. It will take time, but we cannot go on in this direction forever. The nuclear danger is serious and was serious in the Cuban Missile Crisis on 1962, but there is a big difference with the Cuban Missile Crisis and the present crisis. The Cuban Missile Crisis was again a conflict, antagonism between Russia and the US, and there were nuclear weapons involved, and there was a nuclear danger. But then, at that time, there was a lot of underneath communication between the two different parts, Russia and the United States. And this communication at the end was helpful. And the public opinion was very little involved. And that was an advantage, not a disadvantage. Now, if you compare the situation then with the situation now, everybody says something about Ukraine. The Europeans, all the European countries are saying something about the situation, taking sides or not taking sides. And everything became something which is of difficult and management. Since then, there is an ideological position of people. People want to say, well, we support this, we support the other one, and then that's fine. I mean, you have different attitude. And in a sense, this public participation of countries which are not directly involved with the conflict, not by sending weapons to the sides, is just creating so to say, a discussion of difficult handling. We have a global discussion, global positions, which are in fact, in one way or the other one, intensifying the conflict. We have to learn. And not only we have a situation where the conflicts are intensified, but you see there are imitations. People are start thinking, well, if Ukraine did not leave, Ukraine was hosting 1,800 nuclear weapons before the collapse of the Soviet Union. And people are saying, well, what if they had kept their own nuclear weapons? Would be here in this situation? So I think that the conflict itself is increasing the, so to say, the consideration that nuclear weapons are important for self-defense. Exactly the opposite of what we are doing. There are imitations, you see, in China, Taiwan, there is a problem with nuclear weapons. The antagonism around Taiwan. North Korea, of course, possesses nuclear weapons. And then even in the Middle East, we have nuclear weapons possessed by Israel. And these weapons are playing a role. So one of the other consequences of this conflict is that we are increasing the role in the imagination of the people and our government of nuclear weapons. This goes exactly in the opposite direction of what we wanted to have when we supported the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And I think that there is another aspect which I would like to point out. When you're talking about nuclear weapons in Russia and the United States, people are saying, oh, well, but it's not likely that nuclear weapons will be used. That's fine, true. It's not likely that nuclear weapons will be used. But things can get out of hand. At some point, you can have a more explicit conflict involving European countries and Russia. And there are political, so to say, positions that are maybe under attack. And if you are a governor of a situation like Russia, then you may be inclined to say, well, if things go bad, then we can use nuclear weapons. And if the probability of using nuclear weapons is only 5%, that's a lot. When you think about some event and we evaluate its probability, we have not to consider only the probability, but we have to consider the probability and the consequences. So what is really mattering is the relation between probability and consequence and the product of this. So we have to stop this war, no matter how, and then think about later. Think about how can we restore a livable situation and manage a situation. You see, if we were talking, imagine that this debate would happen 1 year ago, or maybe 1 year and a half. And then someone would say, well, look, we are running a nuclear risk concerning what happened in Donbass. People would have thought, oh, what are you talking about? Are you saying something which is nonsensical? Donbass. Who knows what Donbass is? Now, things totally changed. And we have motivation on both sides, but we have to understand we may not agree. In fact, we do not agree. But nevertheless, there are motivations which are pushing the situation to a much more dangerous level. And so we have to make an effort to stop, no matter how, the war as it is now. I think that in this sense, if I may something which is a little bit skeptical, I mean, I don't think that religion and the general, so to say, sociological consideration can play a very distinctive role. Yes, we can say that use of nuclear weapons is against humanity. Absolutely. We can say that the risks are increasing and that we can have some general reference, religion, whatever it is, in order to avoid this increase of the risk, this increase of risk. But we need to have some political decisions which are taken by all sides to say, let's stop it. And this is something which it's important to carry on. We as Pugwash, we are essentially concerned about the nuclear risk and the risk of using nuclear weapons. And this is what we have done since 1957. And in the past, the environment was, I would say, much clear. And we had a situation where both in Russia and in the United States, and Soviet Union, the United States, people were pressuring the environment to avoid nuclear risks. And we Pugwash, the humanity has done a very good job in keeping nuclear dangers out of the window. Now, this nuclear danger is coming back. And we have to be very careful about it. And put the nuclear danger as the top of our consideration, and underneath there is political argumentation, political motivation, which are all legitimate, but that should be needed in order to create an environment where communication and solution of the problem is available. We had now United States and Russia as something together like of the order of 11,000 nuclear weapons. Before there were a higher number. during the 1980s, the nuclear weapons were 70,000 globally. Now we have 12, 13,000. People can say, now the situation is much better. Yes, but it's not only the number of nuclear weapons that matter, it is the probability of them being used. And I would say the probability of them being used now is a little bit higher. It's not humongous, I mean, it's not huge, but we have to go back. We have to go back and restrain the difficult situation which is now. I think that, yes, we can say that Russia made a big mistake in invading Ukraine against international law, yes. We can also say that Russia made a lot of mistakes managing the war, even technical mistakes. True. But then, so what? Now we have to go back to a situation where the weapons are put in a silent way. How do you do this? How can we do this? It's a matter of discussion. But I think that this discussion is very useful and we should get with ideas on how to stop this antagonism, which is very dangerous. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cota-Ramusino, for your presentation. Are there any comments on this from the participants or questions?
Mm-hmm. If there are no comments, that means it's okay.
I have one question for you, Paolo. What would be your message to the world leaders? How they should behave? What should they do to solve this crisis and not making it worse? So a message to the world leaders.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. It's not an easy question. I have contacts with both Russian and Americans, people which have some kind of political role and also military role. I would say that the concern in these people is higher than the one that appears in the press or in general and political environment. The difficult things are to address, answering to your question, is what you do with the occupied territories. For instance, I mean, we know that Russia has occupied part of Ukraine, and they decide to annex this. Then the Ukrainians say we want to this territory to go back. Then they are taking weapons from the West, and so the situation is getting worse and worse. I think we should stop the war as it is now. The Ukrainians, the one which are suffering the most. We should stop sending weapons there. We should request the Russian, we should be sure that the Russians are stopping military activities. And then I think the discussion should be done on how to manage the territory which has been occupied and how to live in a situation which is normal. You know, you live in Croatia. In Croatia, we had a lot of antagonism in the past with Italy, with the Venetian Republic. Now the situation is totally different. We can go back and forth without any problem. We speak any language. So we have to, at the end, arrive at that situation where the antagonism between different countries is softened to a point where people can live together, even if they speak some different languages. And even if they have different systems. But now what we have done in Europe, inside our European community, European Union, even though there are still problems, but the life we're living has nothing to do with the life that we were living in Europe between the two wars, World War I and World War II. We need to arrive to that situation where people can go back and forth across the territory and be safe It is exactly the opposite which is happening now. It will take some time, but we should stop the war now.
Yes, thank you very much. And of course, increasing diplomacy and dialogue.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cotta-Ramosino. Please stay with us. We will now go to our first session on the role of ethics, social sciences, and religion in global security. Our first speaker in this session is Mr. Emilio Marin, President of the Croatian Diplomatic Club, member of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, French Academy of Science and Art, former ambassador of Croatia to the Holy See, and the Sovereign Order of Malta. Mr. Marin was awarded with the State Award for Science for Life Achievement. The title of the presentation is Europe-Africa, a crucial relationship study of religions to pave the way for a durable peace. Mr. Marin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am very grateful to you, Mrs. Jerkovic, to the President who is with you, with the Honorary President, Professor Schlaus, that you kindly invited me to speak in this conference. And I am greeting you from Athens. Actually, I am since beginning of October in a research period within the French school in Athens. This is one French archaeological historical institute. Being in Athens since 2 months, perhaps it is somehow easier to join this discussion because we everywhere, but especially one who is in Athens, can regard to the history with some distinction, with something which would be called in the French historiography longue durée. We are all now concerned with one event, with one war, but there were so many wars in the history on the Greek soil, in Europe, elsewhere. And because of that, even I would say the role of religion and ethics that is in the core of our session should be regarded in a way, in a somehow relative way, because the predecessor mentioned the Cuban crisis, the crisis of missiles in Cuba 60 years ago. And he underlined that it was a different situation, of course, because the globalization was not on the issue. Not only Cuba, but when Berlin Wall folded 30 years ago, also it was very, very different situation. One conference like this one would not be possible. So everything would be much less quicker than it is now. So for a historian that I am, and nevertheless that I had one short period, 6.5 years in diplomacy, I regard this not as something which is important only in this moment. And because of that, probably you may be surprised why I'm not speaking on religion, why I am not speaking on the Orthodoxy or the Catholicism, why I'm not speaking expressis verbis on Ukraine, because I think that there are also other issues in the world which are very important. And if we speak on the religion in this context, which is our today, I think it is more important to speak and to underline that we need to study the religion. I'm relying also on one event that was organized on September 19th by the General Assembly of the United Nations, and it was in New York, one summit called Transforming Education. Something similar was indeed very much promoted in the period of the pontificate of Benedict XVI, when he appointed a very famous French cardinal, Jean-Louis Tauran, who was for 70 years Minister of Foreign Affairs of John Paul II, he appointed him at the top job in Vatican to improve the relations between the Christianism and the Muslim world. And what was his main agenda? His main agenda was not to speak on the relation of the religions, but to speak on the study to the religions. And he taught, and I think that's right, if we study in the Western, the Eastern religions, on the East, the Western religions, with the study, we shall improve that. Well, and now I would like to turn our regard to one specific case that I put in the title. I will not be capable to see the whole globe, but I would like to underline something which I think it is very important and that is somehow neglected in the present moment, and that is the relation between North and South. And as we are in Europe, I think for us, North and South is Europe, Mediterranean, Africa. But it is not only Europe, Africa. If we regard single European states, perhaps Spain or France or Italy, important big countries, but also small countries like Croatia or even Bosnia and Herzegovina, if you regard those countries, we shall find that the most important issue, from my point of view, in those countries are the relations between North and South. Of course, after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it seems that the divisions and tensions between the East and West do not more prevail. Now, in the actual situation that we have regarding the aggression against Ukraine, East-West relations again prevail. But one day, I hope the mankind will overcome this actual problem, of which my predecessor had a very important discussion. And we shall find us again as the most important issue between North and South, and you may translate that between rich and poor countries, between rich and poor people. Personally, I was involved in different research and some initiatives, both in capacity of historians, but also as ambassador, as former ambassador. And I gave different conferences on that topic in France, in Croatia, and elsewhere. And I think that this European Mediterranean orientation is essential for the future of Europe and Africa. We can see in this moment, nevertheless, that is the conflict between, let's say, East and West on the soil of Ukraine, thanks to the Russian aggression towards Ukraine. But we see that the theater of the international diplomacy is not so clearly, but somehow again on Africa. In past days, you may read the different statements from the French president regarding the situation in Africa, and you may see that is now one diplomatic, but not only diplomatic, military, and so on, competition of some European countries and Russia over Africa. The current Corona crisis, hope to say past Corona crisis, had also underlined some unforeseen reflections regarding Africa. Recently, it seems long now, because it was February, 17th and 18th February, couple of days before started the Russian aggression on Ukraine, it was held a summit of the leaders of the member states of the European Union and the member states of the African Union chaired by the President of the European Council, Charles Michel, and the Chairman of the African Union, President of Senegal, Macky Sall. A large investment package was also announced, which has instruments, and in its appendix, now I'm coming to my purpose, to support education. But everything unfortunately fell into the shadows due to the war in Ukraine. There are some organizations that may be interested in this purpose to support the education and to support the education of religions. For example, there is one Africa-Europe Foundation established by Friends of Europe, and the Mo Ibrahim Foundation. Of course, there is also something that one organization that is Union for the Mediterranean that may be involved, up to date is not in this, with the headquarters of the Secretary General in Barcelona. If we come on our I am from Croatia territory, nevertheless they're speaking today from Athens, I believe that Croatia, but also perhaps Slovenia, could be in a favorable position here, first as members of the European Union, but not burdened by the history of colonialism, in promoting a new perspective on Africa-Europe relations. In many ways, the future of Europe-Africa relations is crucial for both Europe and Africa. Famous French historian Rémi Braque demonstrated the connection between Greek and Arab culture and European culture. And this was made possible thanks to Rome, ancient Rome, and the Roman era civilization that invented the aqueduct, and in a dual sense, both architectural and civilizational. This should also be shown in the light of the Eastern Adriatic coast, which is predominantly Croatian, partly Slovenian, partly Bosnian, Herzegovinian, and Montenegro, and I underline, it is the only Slavic part of the Mediterranean. Therefore, and now I'm coming on my field, archaeology can play a significant role, and in the framework of archaeology, from prehistoric to modern times, the study of religions may play a distinguished role. The segment of religion allows, in addition to diplomatic, also a double optics, both the historical one, where is the link with archaeology, but also in the current one, sociological and diplomatic, because religions, as we always say, should be bridges between worlds. We need to build a future in the light and atmosphere of, if I may quote, Pope Francis' encyclical letter, Fratelli Tutti. Now I'm coming by the end of my exposition, and I would like to present one project of the doctoral study, Archaeology Religion, that may include a wide spectrum from the oldest material heritage of humanity, which is revealed to us by the prehistoric archaeology, Roman provincial archaeology, anthropology, studies of religions, and philology. The connection between Africa and Europe is manifested primarily in terms of the exploration of the Paleolithic period. Africa was the homeland of the first people and their direct ancestors, and from the African continent, the oldest stone tools originate. That is the beginning of the technical development of humanity, in fact, took place on African soil, which is today neglected. Numerous sites of Africa, archaeological sites of Africa and Europe are very important for comparison in terms of reconstructions of the appearance and development of modern behavior, symbolic visual communication, developed social relations, advanced ways of hunting, art, religiosity and religion. Natural religions and the way of life of certain groups living in Africa today are very important and interesting in scientific terms, for example, for the placement of ethnomodels. The second is the great archaeological and historical period, fundamental to today's European world, and that is the period of the Roman Empire that lasted some 500 years. During that period, which was, again, I underline, common for today's Europe and Africa, or at least for the northern part of Africa, there is also a very rich archaeological heritage that also include Roman cults, so-called Oriental cults, and ultimately Christianity. Early Christian archaeology, a special discipline inside archaeology, was very developed in North Africa, equal as it is in European countries. In our country, on the Eastern Adriatic coast, I am very proud to say that in my town, Split, in 1894, it was held in 1894, was held the first International Congress for Early Christian Archaeology. And 100 years later, in 1994, the Jubilee 13th Congress was held. So this is the small framework, and it is one summary of some reflections that I was honored to divide and to share with you today. If that may have some effect, some consequences, I would be very happy, and I would also be very honored to give a personal contribution to that, to this issue, which I am convinced, nevertheless, that is not in focus today, because we have some current explosive and dangerous situation, but I am persuaded it will be again in focus tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marin, for this great presentation. Sometimes we really do neglect the connection between Europe and Africa, and I work in the Ministry of Science and Education, and I must say that we are proud that a few months ago we had a big conference in Paris where we invited the African Students' Union, and I think that education and mobility, sharing of the mobility of researchers, of scientists, of students, I think that's the first start to reconnect with Africa, because truly through the Mediterranean we have a common history, common culture, a shared history, and that is something that we should really work on in the future. Thank you very much for being with us. Please save your comments and questions for the end of this session. We will now go on with our next speaker, Mr. Miro Jakovljević, Professor of Psychiatry at the Faculty of Medicine of the University of Zagreb. He published 18 books and more than 200 scientific papers. He's the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Psychiatria Danubina and awarded with the Medal of the World Federation of Societies for Biological Psychiatry, among others. Mr. Jakovljević will speak about mental health, culture of empathy, and global security.
Good morning. It's my great honor to have this opportunity to talk about mental health, culture of empathy, and global security. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Anna Jerković for her kind invitation. The basic intention of my presentation is to promote culture of empathy, positive public and global mental health, individual and collective resilience and coherence through the concept of transdisciplinary integrative empathology for the global security and better peaceful world, based on ideas of compassionate society and empathic civilization. My main message is global mental health enlightenment in action for global sustainability, peace, and empathic civilization. With the beginning of the 21st century, the varied concepts of empathy, empathic revolution, culture of empathy, and empathic civilization has come into the center of interest of many scientific and humanistic disciplines, including psychiatry and medicine in general. We used to say there is no health without mental health, but there is no mental health without culture of empathy at all levels. But also there is no global security without peace, but there is no peace without culture of empathy and global mental health. According to Maria Menz, all wars derive from lack of empathy, what means the incapacity of one to understand and accept the likeness or difference of another. I would like to add that wars derive from empathic gaps, dyspathy, and disempathy. Just to remind you, on the great philosopher Bertrand Russell, one of the founders of Paul Welsh, either man will abolish war or war will abolish man. My presentation will be divided in 3 parts. You can see on this slide. The first part takes a little about mental health and challenges of our world. From time to time, always there comes a time, and I think now it's right time, that we should seriously ask ourselves and ponder what it is an authentic human nature and what is the real definition of individual and collective mental health, as well as whether wars are our fate, and whether we must be prisoners of the culture of narcissism, selfishness, and hatred. Many people have believed that man evolving, that science and technology will bring us to the bright future, that the majority of people deep inside tend and wish to do good, to experience nice and beautiful things, to think good and positive thoughts and make decisions with positive aims. So this is all elements of individual and public mental health. But however, the widespread hope and belief that human beings had become increasingly civilized was shattered, according to former American President Barack Obama. The biggest deficit that we have in our society and in the world right now is an empathy deficit. So our volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous Anthropocene world has been entering in a new phase of the great divisions among humankind, so that intellectuals should generate visions what's rolling on the horizon, the clash of civilizations on the global level and the end of history, or the procreation of empathic civilization and global mental health enlightenment with strategies for the global security and sustainability of the Earth system and our world. Our VUCA world of ethical relativism, individualism, selfishness, relentless competition, global rivalries, wars, pandemics, free markets where everything can be commoditized, seems to be floating over the abyss of disempathy and empathy, war and peace, hatred and love, collective insanity and collective mental health, clash of civilization or empathic civilization, or DUC, anti-utopia and utopia. So wars all over the world are the significant source of suffering, mental health problems and mental disorders, but they are also the consequence of the diverse collective psychopathology, ill mental health, or a sick political mind. Just to remind you that over 200 million of people were killed in the 20th century, called the century of Megadeth. According to former Secretary of State Zbigniew Brzezinski, 20th century was dominated by the politics of the organized insanity. To remind you on Friedrich Nietzsche, who said, in individuals, insanity is rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and epochs is the rule. So how to change that rule? That's the question now. The answer is education, education, education for brotherhood in humanity and empathic civilization. The second part, I would like to speak a little how empathy drives our common values, wisdom, trust, cooperation, resilience, coherence, human rights, and humanistic selves, and so bridges individual, public, and global mental health related to our global security and global well-being. There are probably nearly as many definitions of empathy as people working on the topic. The concept comes from the Greek word empathos, in pathos, feeling, what means feeling in passion, within, in suffering. Its translation from the German word Einfühlung. Empathy can be defined as the natural capacity to share, understand, and respond with care to affective states of others. It is a key attribute of emotional and spiritual intelligence and wisdom. On this slide, you can see different definitions of empathy. I would like to say that empathy, what's important, that empathy is antidote to cruelty. Empathy is the most essential quality of our civilization, and it's the highest form of knowledge. Empathy is the invisible creative force that holds family, society, and civilization together and in good well-being and health. Human beings are biologically wired to need connection, attachment, recognition, validation, and belonging, so that empathy underlines virtually everything that makes positive mental health, like human rights, connection with other people, love, trust, respect, friendship. Empathy leads to healthy, creative, flourishing, and well-functioning families, communities, nations, societies, and civilization. Lack of empathy, misperception of the others, or disempathy causes problems in communication, education, personal growth, and psychosocial development, private and business relationships. So it is a key part of many psychosocial problems such as child abuse, divorces, violation of human rights, crime, violence, wars, etc., as well as of some mental disorders like schizophrenia, psychopathies, particularly antisocial personality disorders, depression, autism, and so on. I would like to remind you on the words of George Lakoff, who said, "Progressive thoughts rest first on the value of empathy, putting oneself in the other people's shoes, seeing the world through their eyes, and therefore caring about them. The second principle is acting on that care, taking responsibility by both to oneself and others, what means social as well as individual responsibility. The third is acting to make oneself, the country, and the world better." All wars derive from empathic gaps and antipathy and dyspathy. Empathic gaps means an inability to understand each other's unique perspectives due to exaggerations of self-other similarities or differences that generate these errors in social judgments. Antipathy is an emotional social attitude characterized by antagonism towards some other individual or groups or individuals. Dyspathy refers to the condition of hostility or opposition which blocks or resists connection between self and other, constructs a barrier between self and other, distances the other or excludes the other from the space of the self. Due to rapid changes in the development of human society and mankind in general, the concept of mental health and the roles of psychiatry have been changing. According to WHO, mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own potentials, abilities, what means self-actualization, personal growth, can cope with normal stresses of life, resilience, anti-fragility, can work productively, fruitfully, what means power, personal mastery, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community, belonging, altruism, I think here to global community, to our human brotherhood. So empathy, respect, trust, resilience, and coherence are relatively new, multidimensional, but closely connected and overlapping social, psycho, bio, spiritual concepts, essential for the understanding of salutogenesis and pathogenesis, as well as for public and global mental health. So there is no health or well-being without mental health, but there is also mental health without sane society and sane civilization. And in the first part of my presentation, I would like to say something about the power of empathy to change ourselves, themselves, and the world. So the question is, empathy, civilization, and global security. Is it utopia or transformative idea for better future? Humankind has been divided into diverse civilizations characterized by different, commonly reconciled view on the world and confronting ethical values leading to the bloody wars from time to time. Global culture of empathy seems to be a key to the very survival of humankind and life on our planet. Good, creative, and empathic communication is the background of individual and collective mental health. To live healthy and enjoyably in multicultural and multinational environments, it's of essential need to have empathy skills which allow people to better understand each other, their perspective, opinions, emotions, and behavior, making life environment more harmonious, creative, and secure. But we live in a culture that discourages empathy, a culture that too often tells us our main goal in life is to be rich, thin, young, famous, safe, and entertaining. The words of Barack Obama. Pope Francis, in encyclical Laudato Si, said the current economy of greed, relentless competition, and violent acceleration is destroying our common home. So voices pointing to an impending collapse of civilization and possibility of dark anti-utopia, what Russian President Putin said at the World Forum in Davos 2021, continue to call for an empathic civilization and a global scale cultural empathic revolution. Global mental health is an international perspective of different aspects of mental health that is of huge importance today, much more than ever before, and much from an awareness that there is no health or well-being without mental health. Improving treatment strategies for mental disorders is considered as a central health challenge of the dawn of the 21st century. But promoting public and global mental health may be an even more important challenge. We should all be driven by the vision of psychiatry and psychology for a better world and promotion of mental health for all us as part of the global enlightenment for the sustainable and brotherhood in humanity. There are three fundamental pillars of the mental health promotion. The first pillar is to recognize mental health as a global public good that requires action of all scientific, political, social, and cultural sectors. It means equal attention should be on the prevention and treatment of mental disorders, as well as on the resilience and anti-fragility and promotion and maintenance of individual and collective mental health. The second pillar is a new transdisciplinary, integrated definition of mental health, bridging the gap between mental health of individuals and collectives, communities, from public to global mental health level. Culture of empathy drives our common values, trust, cooperation, resilience, coherence, human rights, and humanistic selves, and so bridges individual, public, and global mental health. The third pillar refers to human dignity and culture of empathy as an essential part of the new enlightenment, which is a mental, social, spiritual, and political movement that inspires aspirations towards global human spirit, collective mind, and humanistic self, public and global mental health, cosmopolitanism, and brotherhood in humanity, and empathic civilization. For this, very important is intercultural empathy or interempathy, empathy for strangers, crossing over cultural boundaries, because when we cross cultural, national, political boundaries, we enter into strange territory where new languages are spoken, new epistemics are practiced, different values are followed. So the possibility of misunderstanding, miscommunication, alienation, and conflicts is high. So intercultural empathy or interempathy is a transcendental expansion of empathy that relates to empathic thinking with, empathic feeling with, and empathic cooperating with those whose cultural context is very different from one's own. The empathy for your enemies help us recognize the position the enemy is in, why their behavior makes sense to them, and what might motivate or inspire them. So, according to Chinese wisdom, Sun Tzu said, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. But in Christianity, it means love your enemy, not only love your neighbors or your friends as yourself. So we are promoting empathic, humanistic psychoculture as a component of the global enlightenment. The basic principles are here. We are okay, you are okay, they are okay. We are all human beings. We all belong to a human brotherhood. All people are equal and worthwhile. Outsiders are potential friends. All lives are sacred. If I help outgroup us, it makes me a better person. So, empathy, attachment, altruism, cooperation, respect, trust, friendship, mutuality, partnership, collective security are the key words of this approach. Empathy is defined in many ways, but its essence is a basic human respect, recognition, or resonance with a deep awareness of the situation of oneself and other living beings, coupled with wish and action to help and support each other. Empathy is the invisible creative force that holds family, society, and civilization together. It involves for difference and openness to diversity, intercultural empathy, and even empathy for enemy. The choice between the clash of civilization or dialogue among them, leading to the empathic global civilization of love, and it's the most fundamental issue from the public and global mental health perspective. What we need is VUCA solution. Vision of compassionate society and empathic civilization as transformative idea for the better future, public and global mental health. Understanding and mutual respect at intercultural, local, and global level based on dialogue and empathic systems thinking. Cooperation in creating well-being and health for all, resilience, coherence, and anti-fragility. And assertivity in promoting empathy, trust, cooperation, partnerships, and friendship. Good, creative, and empathic communication is the background of individual and collective mental health.
Pronto? Sì, devo essere veloce perché c'è una...
So, I will finish very soon. What's happened? I heard some voices. Okay, please. Okay. Is it utopia or transformative nation to create a peace? Purpose, it wants purpose, what means clear vision of future that foster genuine alliance, means strategic harmony. Empathy, a creative collective force that is at the core of humanity. Assertivity, dealing with changes rapidly, flexibly, and ethically, authentically, what involves authenticity, anti-fragility, and altruism. Collaboration, it means cooperation at all levels, guided by empathic leadership based on the joint core values and aims, mutual compassion, respect, and trust. And ethos universalis, it It means win-win position, enhancing elasticity, coherence, resilience, anti-fragility, creativity, global humanistic self. How to create step into this strategic transformative empathic power with strategic harmony, involving vision of compassionate society and empathic civilization, transformative empathy based on trust in strategic vision and empathic leadership, education based on ethos universalis, education for humanistic enlightenment and brotherhood in humanity, and providing public goods efficiently and generously by empathic leadership. So, Homo empathicus within each of us may quell the savage beast that dwells within all of us. So, public and global mental health enlightenment, which bridges between people, between races, between culture, between religions, between politics, trying to find common ground, what get us gathered together when many politics seems more focused on tearing us apart than bringing us together. So, compassionate society, empathic civilization, brotherhood in humanity. And at the end, I would like to remind you on the words of Nikola Tesla, who wrote, what we now want is closer contact and better understanding between individuals and communities all over the earth, and the elimination of egoism and pride, which is always prone to plunge the world into primeval barbarism and strife. Peace can only come as natural consequence of universal enlightenment. And utopia or dystopia. According to Oscar Wilde, a map of the world that does not include utopia is not worth even glancing at, for it leaves out the one country at which humanity is always landing. And when humanity lands there, it looks out and seeing a better country set sail. Progress is the realization of utopias. Thank you very much for your attention and this opportunity to talk about the importance of global mental health and empathic civilization.
Thank you very much, Professor Jakovljević. This is really a beautiful, very inspirational presentation. Truly, empathy should be taught in our formal educational system, and as it really beautifully underlines what Mr. Marin said about the study of religions, because we see in your presentation that the core of every religion is empathy. And of course, it all starts with us, but including it in the educational system, studying empathy, studying the human nature, I'm sure that this will be the right path for transforming our society. Thank you very much for now. Please stay with us. Let us now proceed with Ms. Zohar Navot from the Reichman University, representative of Pagwash, Israel, who will speak about reaching a successful peace process by task-oriented collaboration. Ms. Navot, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, members and friends. Good morning and shalom from Israel. I will present aspects that may optimize peace processes in order not to keep anyone in suspense. And if by any chance we don't reach the end of my presentation due to a technical malfunction or a cyber war breakout, I shall tell you now the secret word that will be found in the last sentence of my presentation. And that word is empathy. Practical empathy, measured and observed by science, neuroscience, and achieved by different scenarios of various altered realities. By peace, I mean a conflict which is ultimately settled and resolved. By resolution, I mean a problem-solving state of mind, and above all, reaching mutual reconciliation and tranquility. If I set sail to my imagination, I'm talking about brotherhood, love, and cooperation. Starting with how we perceive conflicts. Garrett Hardin, in The Tragedy of the Commons, 1968, describes a conflict as being created by a phenomenon of scarcity. When there is an environment of limited resources, humans act in an emergency mode, trying to obtain as many resources as possible. They will divide into groups, create hierarchies with defined roles, resort to violence, and do this to be left with the chosen, the best ones to share the limited resources with, and make everyone else run away, disappear, become extinct. Here is another secret. Nowadays, the most important things as humans in our ecosystem, which we are running out of and we should be afraid of the day it runs out completely, is oxygen. This is the real threat that should probably interest us and keep us awake at night if we were reasonable human beings. Soon, I will explain why we are not. Conflict and rivalry are created when there are conflicting interests that are perceived as conflicting in a narrow and subjected view. Once we add problems or poor or lacking communication, we enter a state of mutual alienation. From there on, according to the model of relative deprivation, the conflicted parties easily deteriorate into violence, actual bloodshed, and loss of lives. These dynamics of conflict, as described, can refer to even two people and to entire nations and countries. Every conflict is based on conflicting interests or different perceptions. Every conflict has a human base, at its base. That human has a complicated yet measurable operating system. I wish to make several claims in that context. The first one being, we have no control over creation of prejudice, discrimination, racism, demonization, jealousy, and enmity. And allow me to explain. A human begins its journey with a brain. The brain consists of the sympathetic system, which is responsible for protecting us from danger. In the middle temporal lobe is the amygdala. The amygdala is a gland whose purpose is to identify a dangerous factor and warn about it. The body then interprets a signal and reacts accordingly. Run away, freeze, or attack. Freeze, fight, or flight. The brain chooses only one option, and this is something that is important for us to understand. Our brain in an emergency situation believes that there is only one option. It chooses to freeze, it chooses to run, and it can choose to fight to the death. The other alternative to its interpretation of the situation is that we will die. So it chooses quickly, for us, the best alternative to stay alive according to its prediction of survival. There is a stage before that choice is made and the external reaction, and it is the stage of decoding and interpretation and the internal reaction. This is the stage where prejudice, stereotype, discrimination, racism, hatred, and additional thoughts and feelings are created. The moment our senses perceive and recognize in their field something that the body automatically interprets as danger, this millisecond reaction is automatic. That's where the beginning of prejudice is created. That's where the beginning of hatred is created. I claim that the continuation of this cruel chain can be minimized and even prevented. The first step is awareness that our operating system works this way, to be aware of our internal reaction to reluctance, aversion, anger, fear, hatred, etc. The second step is to understand that the sense of danger must be disconnected from reality. Not every danger is immediate and tangible and requires attention and reaction. My second claim is that we have a system that reinforces the confirmation of prejudice, and it is our intergenerational memory system, our sensory memory that passes from generation to generation. Somatic marker, as Martin Lindstrom refers to, is a psychological process that controls your decision-making, an emotional bookmark so powerful that you'll never forget it. Large-scale events, such as the coronavirus and 9/11, permanently create somatic markers in our brains, causing a major behavioral change in our society and transforming how life will be forever. Our system of gut feelings that is supposed to be objective is actually a product of information and conclusions that pass through the cells of the body from our parents and their parents generations back. It is also meant to protect us. But in practice, there are dangers that do not really exist, but in our imagination only. My third claim, and it is the most important one in my opinion, is that it is possible to change this place between the cognizance and the external reaction. So let's all say to the amygdala, shush, be still. We understand that we are not animals. The software, our operating system, knows how to learn and change, and we have choices. As soon as we talk to ourselves, we can silence the sympathetic system and bring the parasympathetic system back under control. And there will be a relaxation and balanced and long-term thinking, such that you can examine the essence of the conflict, understand the other side, and find appropriate and humane solutions for all parties. So how can it be done? Mainly through action. Active peace solution focusing on doing together changes what we feel for each other. The basis and infrastructure for my current research was created by the researcher Muzafer Sharif in the 50s and 60s of the previous millennium. In an experiment he conducted on boys who were sent to a summer camp in Oklahoma in the USA, there they were divided into two groups, which at first did not meet, and each group formed and created its own hierarchy. And then they were brought together. And the researchers created an arbitrary conflict between them. After creating a competition for a limited resource, the conflict between the two groups deteriorated in a short time to verbal violence and then to physical violence and damage to property. The interesting phase of the experiment is the second phase, in which the groups encountered a problem that is common to both. In the case of that experiment, the water reservoir that serves the entire camp was damaged. The parties cooperated to repair it. And that's where the actually amazing thing happened. They recognized a need immediately concerning the need for existence, water. It is important to drink water because water is life. And they abandoned the negative opinions about each other and worked vigorously and cooperatively to fix their common problem. What even more interesting was the result of this action. And the one after the cooperation, they managed better. Something calmed down in their need to attack or win. They realized that they are interdependent and that beyond slogans, there are people there. And they need them because they don't know when another problem will arise and how much manpower they will need. I conducted a similar experiment myself in 2021 at an elementary school in Israel. The results were very similar. From the moment the parties competed for a limited resource, they developed hateful relations and manifested themselves in violent reactions between the two groups. And in my experiment, unlike Sharif's experiment, both groups were formed from one cohesive and loving class at the base. And when they were required to solve a common problem, it took them a very short time to abandon the enmity and cooperate and win something big. Actions such as building a tower, a bridge, a school, a hospital, establishing a think tank of a governmental innovation authority, establishing cross-border departments with a goal of making a real product, that could make great examples of tasks that can obtain a successful peace process when done in collaboration. My research will examine the most successful, suitable, task-oriented collaboration using technological visualization tools. Such occurrences happen a lot. We don't always recognize what causes them. The cooperation that transcends our primitive brain system. We call them disaster diplomacy, where opposing parties help each other in times of disaster, a gesture of goodwill. For example, without meaning to, it also happened recently with COVID-19. We saw combined forces, cooperation between rival countries, hierarchical bodies with entire organizational mindset changed to adapt to the situation. And also from the moment we realized that the virus does not differentiate between people and that there is enough toilet paper and pasta for everyone, at least for me and my neighbors in the building, so we could share and meet the needs of others. I'm sure there are enough examples of cooperation that happen more quickly, such as the supply of medicine between hospitals, the United Arab Emirates that delivered humanitarian aid to Iran, despite the tension between them during the Corona period, or the ceasefire that existed in 1995 between North and South Sudan due to the Guinea War. And this has recently happened in various conflict areas, as well in Libya, Yemen, and the Philippines, which called for a global ceasefire. Even in Israel, the coronavirus brought with it the need for dialogue and finding humane solutions between the residents of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank and Israelis, out of the desire to curb the spread of the virus and minimize the disaster. After all, an actual threat must be seen as a significant contributor to cooperation, after which there is a possibility to create a dialogue and feel sympathy from an equal and considerate place. In my research, which aims to produce a practical workbook for successful peace process, I want to map the areas in which the prejudice, stereotype, racism, discrimination, demonization, jealousy, and enmity are created in the human brain, as well as find the actions that create the motivation for cooperation and a transition to a mindset of rival groups that are in interdependence that will lead to problem solving, to create for the parties to experience of success at the level of their basic needs, which will lead to a change in the transition from the interpretation of prejudice to active action outwardly. And when they meet for peace talks, they will actually talk. My way of conducting the experiment and research using the advanced laboratories currently available at Reichman's University is by creating different scenarios with VR technology and equipment and demonstrating the places in the brain using EEG and fMRI. Broadly speaking, this means carrying out Sharif's experiment outcomes and measuring them with the technological means we have today. VR-based conflict resolution has a great advantages. It enables different perspective tools, such as we can use it to create a dialogue by using virtual humans as proxies for real humans, and storytelling, experiencing other reality of point of view, and embodied perspective taking, which means becoming the other. The main concept why virtual reality is the key to transform is because the brain knows it's not real, but it is much safer to make a change. Moreover, in the brain, some activities are experienced as real, and in the brain can react as to the real experience, and I can choose the different setting, different scenarios to train the mind to react differently. And I can measure the progress. In conclusion, I believe that after conflicted parties go through a process of simulating behavior during a conflict, face moral dilemmas from each other's point of view, and experience working together and experiencing success, even if partially, they will be able to turn and talk about the issues in the dispute that bothered them before from a different, more sympathetic point of view, freed from prejudice, stereotypes, and demonization. Empathy. This is where a successful peace process begins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Navas, for this presentation, where we can see the practical consequences of conflict and how it can be solved with the same group of people. So by overcoming the conflict with working together for a greater goal, for a greater purpose. Thank you very much. We will now go on with the fourth speaker in this session, which is Akademicien Kurjak, fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science, member of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, International Academy for Human Reproduction, Italian Academy of Science and Art of Reggio Puglia, Academy of Medical Sciences of Catalonia, and many other titles. Of course, honorary member of the American Institute of Ultrasound in Medicine and Biology, president of the International Academy of Perinatal Medicine. Sorry if I forgot one of them. The topic is Global Education, Impressive Results of the Young Donald School in 128 countries, which I think is great for the finish of this panel, because it's really a global education that connects people and creates peace. Akademicien Kurjak, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As this well-organized conference clearly illustrates, we are living in a troubled world in which national, religious, cultural, political reasons separate people to the point of disastrous wars. With all that mankind has achieved, it is, however, amazing that such parochial differences continue to do so much harm. There is much that the leaders of the world, if they really exist now, can learn from the global success of Jan Donald Inter-University School of Medical Ultrasound, which I will illustrate within limited time. The school is giving tribute to Jan Donald, Scottish professor, for his pioneered ultrasound in obstetrics and gynecology. School is dedicated to the improvement of all aspects of perinatal and gynecological care. The discovery of ultrasound, ladies and gentlemen, has enabled us to see and care for the unborn baby fetus as a patient, even embryo is now a patient and person, as well as to visualize pelvic organs non-invasively, and has therefore brought obstetrics and gynecological diagnosis out of the dark ages. It has been suggested, with very little exaggeration, that the three greatest contributions to modern obstetrics and gynecology have been ultrasound, ultrasound, and ultrasound. Our school is based upon state-of-the-art science as well as collegiality that transcends national, cultural, religious, and political differences. Teachers and students alike are united in our efforts to improve the care of women throughout the world. The international brotherhood and sisterhood that exist among physician leaders from over 120 countries of the world is a special bond that represents globalization in its best. Instructors donate their time without reimbursement, as their educational efforts are truly labor of love. I will try to illustrate places where we do work and illustrate some statistics, our achievements. We are celebrating now 40th anniversary of Jan Donald School, the largest education system in the world.
The sound.
Dobro, ne morat ću početi iz početka.
Professor Kurjak, we have trouble with sound. We don't hear the video.
You should click play the sound.
Okay, give us a second.
In 1958, he published his findings.
All good now.
Now it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The article was one of the defining publications in the field. Professor Donald's wait was over, and so was ours. The early days of ultrasound were not easy. Machines could only create fuzzy images at first. But from this difficult beginning, a new science of fetal diagnostics emerged. Today, machines can show the unborn fetus in sharp detail and even video images in 3 and 4D. Professor Donald would be pleased to know about these developments. Speaking in later years, he noted that the innumerable difficulties, setbacks, and disappointments had been more than compensated for by those who had turned the subject from a laughable eccentricity into a science of increasing exactitude. He'd be pleased, too, to know that ultrasound is now used in many fields of medical diagnostics and also in veterinary medicine. Like X-rays, ultrasound allows us to look inside the body, but unlike X-rays, the technology is not based on radiation. By helping to create a safe and effective way of seeing inside our bodies, Ian Donald changed the face of medical and veterinary practice for the better.
We are living in a troubled world where national, religious, and political differences separate people to the extent of causing disastrous wars. I think that the development of the concept of Ian Donald Inter-University School of Medical Ultrasound is a very good lesson for leaders of the world. Donald School courses are based on the state-of-art science and on friendship and collegiality. They do transcend all language barriers, all misunderstandings. And we do have now most recent development advanced fellowship, 1 year postgraduate courses for the master degree, which then can be continued with the PhD program lasting another 2 years dedicated to clinical research under mentors appointed by university. It is now years since the Institute established Ian Donald Inter-University School, and the progress was dramatic, being success story in globalized medicine. And as we all know, medicine and science are truly global because their very nature is global. And to produce curriculum which is equally attractive for developed and developing countries was and still is the main challenge of Ian Donald School. I welcome all the new participants. You will find friendly and stimulating and above all pleasurable team of first-class speakers and a very friendly atmosphere and interchange of opinions. Welcome. Donald School is now generally accepted as a success story in globalized medicine. We transcend all the borders, all the nationalities, all the religions. We have our motto, unity in diversity. This type of postgraduate, highly specialized teaching is now widespread in 132 countries, both developed and developing.
In Ian Donald School, we do ultrasound courses around the world, and we hope that we can find enough of young people that we can get interested for ultrasound. And this is indeed a very important field. because we can detect a lot of malformations in early pregnancy. We can detect also a lot of malformations in the second trimester or even in the third trimester. And this can help to avoid morbidity and mortality in the neonates. And I think this is very important.
Jan Donat škola ima duboke međunarodne korijene. Jan Donat škola raste. Svake godine nekoliko novih zemalja se pridružuje. U Sjedinjenim Američkim Državama otvorili smo školu na Havajima 2005. godine. Svake druge godine održavamo skup, pretežno za liječnike sa Havaja, za naše specijalizante, isto za naše ultrazvučne tehničare, jer je u Americi to cijeli tim koji se bavi prenatalnom dijagnostikom i ginekološkom ultrazvukom. Havaji su daleko od svih i od Amerike i od Japana, ali u mnogo čemu mi vodimo u ultračnoj dijagnostici u Americi i Jan Donat škola nam je važna da pokažemo svijetu da i unatoč razdaljinama ultračna dijagnostika je važna za pomicanje i unapređenje zdravlja majke i djeteta. Mi smo dio jedne velike familije koju je dr. Kurjak osnovao u Hrvatskoj i koja se proširila cijelim svijetom. Mi smo vrlo ponosni na naše članstvo u toj organizaciji i jedna smo od dviju škola u Americi.
It has been my great pleasure and privilege to work with OSM during the past 30 years, building up the Ian Donald School. This is an international brotherhood and sisterhood of over 100 countries, whereby we teach physicians and sonographers throughout the world. This group is dedicated to education throughout the world. Why it has been such a success is that there's no money involved. It involves tireless and dedicated professionals who do this because they love to teach and love to share knowledge. OSM Kurjak is an organizational genius who brings out the best in people and enjoys helping them throughout the world. It's a true pleasure to work with him and to see these endeavors grow and grow in the months and years to come.
He's for us a very important person. I met him many years ago. I always could count for his help. So I can say truly that now we are the friends, and I hope there will be many other opportunities to cooperate together.
It is now widely accepted that education is a lifelong process, and real education is global education. We cannot teach differently in Zagreb, Belgrade, New York, or London. So teaching is transmission of enthusiasm and explosion of new knowledge coming every day by scientific discoveries, increasing ever-growing encyclopedia of knowledge is tremendous in this modern time. Therefore, one of the main challenges in scientific and educational world is to apply appropriate teaching methods to give the best knowledge and to teach students how to develop habit of thinking instead of habit of memorizing. Virtually every 2 years, knowledge is doubled. So to keep in touch with this advancement, to put all of these new theories, techniques into the practice for the benefit of our patient requires permanent learning and permanent type of successful education.
2004, JP established a strategic association with Ian Donald School designed to address the needs of a clinician who has some experience in diagnostic ultrasound, but needs additional knowledge and practice in the recent sonographic developments in both obstetrics and gynecology. Ian Donald School is a living tribute to Ian Donald, the visionary physician who pioneered ultrasound in obstetrics and gynecology. This alliance has furthered the Ian Donald School mission of promoting the science and art of ultrasound scanning through JP's print content offerings and digital knowledge solutions. The Ian Donald School's ideology of research and education is ably complemented by JP's global reach and comprehensive medical content publishing program. JP is the proud official publisher of the Ian Donald School content, including the prestigious Donald School Journal of Ultrasound in Obstetrics and Gynecology, widely known as the Yellow Journal. This association has been instrumental in disseminating the knowledge and information to students, practitioners, and key opinion leaders across the world. In 2017, JP published Donald School Textbook of Ultrasound in Obstetrics and Gynecology. JP is excited to announce the release of 3 prestigious textbooks in the Donald School Textbook series in 2017. We believe these textbooks on human reproduction, diabetic pregnancy and ultrasound, and transvaginal sonography will feature on the must-read list of every medical student and practitioner. These founding years of alliance between Ian Donald School and JP have laid the strong foundation of a long and enriching journey ahead on the path of knowledge that we look forward to.
Thank you very much, Academician Kuriak, for this exceptional video. The Jan Donald School is truly something that we can call a world university. As we have seen on all continents, it transcends borders, nations, religions. It is truly, as you mentioned in the video, transmission of enthusiasm and of global knowledge. And thank you very much. I think that we can learn a lot from this example, how knowledge should be spread and shared through the globe. And thank you for being with us today. We will now open the floor for questions in these panels. And please, or we have some remarks and comments in the chat, but please raise your hand and ask a quick question for our speakers. Yes, Zvonimir, please.
Well, I have a maybe question, maybe a comment on Mr. Jakovljević and Ms. Nevot and the general theme of this session. Is that it's really an important goal to achieve an empathic civilization, and it's surely helped by the fact that empathy is a part of human nature. But what bothers me in a sense is that selfishness and even cruelty, or we could say despotty, is also a part of human nature. And it's troubling that to switch on both of these aspects of human nature is very easy in appropriate situations. So I'm not so, I do not believe in the possibility of great changes in human nature. So what I think the best approach to this problem is just to have a control of these situations which are appropriate for switching one or the other part. So what do you think about that, Ms. Nevot or Mr. Jakovljević, this idea of changing the human nature or just controlling the situations which could switch on these parts of human natures?
I think it's a matter of taking initiations. Like a parent who sees his two children having a fight, and he can initiate a specific action that can transform their conflict to something more productive. In my research, I intend to have like a whole tools of ideas of these kind of actions that if we initiate them as authorities, we can make the two conflicted parties ignore their emotion towards each other. And by doing things, actually doing things, they can see themselves differently. The actual action, in my perception, will take them to the next level, which we haven't seen by now, only by as a form of disaster outcomes. As I mentioned, the conflicted parties treating each other in a humane manner. I believe that actually doing something together is the key to transform.
Thank you. Mr. Jakovljević, maybe.
Yeah.
No, on se nije...
unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, Mr. Jakovljević. You are muted.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Now we hear you, yes.
That's an excellent question. I'd like to say that our brain creates our culture. Culture involves our different ideas, view worlds, and so on, our beliefs on which we live, but also the culture modified our brain. And neuroscience show us that empathy based on love can be learned at different levels from family. Culture of empathy in family means less of divorce, means less of violence in family. Culture, education for culture and empathy in schools means less of violence between pupils, better communications, violence in public at working organization means culture, education for culture and working organization means less stress. You know that this stress is a great cause of mental disorders. Education for culture of empathy in our media means less hate, conflicts, also education for our politicians. So we started putting our theory in practice in Tuzla, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we organize also International Academy of Sciences, Arts and Religion, which one important goal is promoting empathic civilization in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where different civilizations, different cultures meet each others. In 90s, we had some kind of little clash between civilization. Now we see in Russia. So I promote education for empathic civilization, or to say it in other words, reason with empathy in action for empathic civilization. So you see, the school of Yonah Dan is some kind, okay, they did not talk about empathic civilization, but they did it in practice. They achieved it in practice, collecting different nations, different people. And really, I'm impressed with results of our dear Professor Asim Kuryak, who is the president of our International Academy of Sciences, Art and Religion in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we put our ideas in practice through our journals, Psychiatria Danubina, our journals of our Academy, Science, Art and Religions, through different education, and also on this world, this year on the World Psychiatric Congress, I gave a lecture, and now we are trying to organize International School for Global Mental Health Enlightenment. In short.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Academician Kuryak, yes?
One suggestion and one question. Suggestion to the last two speakers. Recent is 10 years old. Understanding is that fetal brain, developed brain of humble children, 90% of the functions which we do have now. You should discuss this because intelligence, remembering, many other activities start in utero. So prevention of chronic diseases starts in utero during maternal pregnancy. We all should concentrate there. It's very nice. I suggest you to analyze in your further communication term brain plasticity. Brain is most changeable organ in intrauterine life. Continue to change both structure and function. Otherwise, I enjoyed it. My question is to distinguished academician Professor Emilio Marin, which work I follow through many social contact and directly. I enjoy your lecture and the message you gave, I fully agree. I would, however, suggest something additional, not only to you, but to our people, Šikić and Anna. We should start to discuss at this level relationship between science and religion. Two best cultures which God gave to us are science and religion. For 2,000 years, they've been neglected, fighting, no comment, no dialogue. Now dialogue is wished by both, by scientists and by religious leaders. We had in Zagreb 4 conferences, science and religion and nation, religion and politics, and so on, was fully attended, and 4 leaders of main religious association in the Croatia attended, gave a speech, had a lunch with us, behaved very normally, very friendly. Why? Science and religion have the same aim. They look for the truth. but of course with different methodology. Science starts when the measurement starts, and religion believes in metaphor, believes in dogma, and so on. More than ever, there is great interest for dialogue, and you are the proper person to initiate this, to help us all. Maybe conference, Anna, entitled Science and Religion, Synergism, but not Skepticism, in which religious leaders, scientific leaders, and World Association of World Academy of Science and Art is just proper place for such an interchange talk.
Thank you. I agree completely. Mr. Mann, would you like to reply on this? Unmute yourself first. We don't hear you. Yeah.
I forgot to unmute, excuse me. I am very much honored with this consideration of Professor Academician Kuriak, and I fully agree on that. One of the reasons, if I may say, why because when Mrs. Jerkovic asked me to speak on religions, I prefer to speak on the study of religions, because this is something which I thought I can unite these two branches and these two tools, religion and research, study of religion. I may quote perhaps in favor of what Professor Kuriak told. One thought, approximately, I will resume, approximately one thought of the Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. He expressed himself in preface of one of his famous books in this way. I will resume. There should be it should be nothing against science in any religion. If there is anything against science in any religion, it is not the true religion. But, he added, I can explain in my way, in a religious way, let's say this 95 or 99% of everything which I would like to explain to you. Perhaps 1 or 2 or 3% I cannot explain. And don't ask me for this 1 or 2 or 3%. I know some persons in the nuclear physics, and perhaps one is very, I think, famous in our country because he is from our country. Nevertheless, he is a French scholar professionally, Professor Daniel Denegri from Split, who works with the Nobel team of Professor Carlo Rubbia. And he also, nevertheless, that he wants to explain everything in the scientific categories, but he also underlines we can explain, let's say, 95%, and then still remains something that we cannot explain. So in that sector, which cannot be explained neither by science, neither by religion, there is always one religion that could put us in favor of the new research and the new endeavor. Nevertheless, if that will be in the sense of find this small part, which we don't know how to explain in the religious way, or a scholar would say, try in a scientific way. So there should be not such clash between them. And perhaps we may underline that in the history, those who promoted science, starting with Galileo Galilei, they were religious men. They were also the men or women of faith. So we can perhaps regard, if the politicians save our world, if they don't destroy, we can perhaps regard more confident the future.
Yes, thank you very much. With this beautiful message, we would like to close this session. Thanks to all the speakers. And we will go on now with the
next session. Yes. So our next session deals with human security as a new paradigm for global security. We will have 4 speakers, but we would like to start with a video message that Mr. Jonathan Granov sent us, since he will not be able to join us live today. Mr. Granov is World Academy of Art and Science Fellow and the President of the Global Security Institute. So I would like you to start with the video.
I apologize for not being able to physically be with you, and also that I might be reminding farmers how to grow corn. If there's ever a group that doesn't need to be reminded of the importance of remembering our humanity and placing that front and center, it is Pugwash and my colleagues on this panel. But I sort of feel like my mother telling me to wash my hands before I eat. You can't say certain truths enough. So I'm going to lay out, before I get into just one point about human security, a little bit of context. And these are facts that are undeniable, and I think after facts it's important to give opinion, but not until the facts are out there. Because of the abuses of science and technology, we're destroying species at minimally 1,000 times the evolutionary base rate, and many scientists say it's up to 10,000 times. Since 1970, 60% of the world's mammals, birds, fish, and reptiles have been extinguished. 8% of the Amazon rainforest has been destroyed. The last decade has been the hottest since we've been recording temperatures for at least 140 years. 28 trillion tons of ice have melted from the polar ice cap and poured fresh water into our oceans. The CO2 average has increased by 12% since 2000, and the amount of carbon in the atmosphere has never been this large in over 3 million years. There are over 13,000 nuclear weapons in the world today, and since 2000, the world has spent over $32 trillion pursuing security based on military nationalism and the threat of global annihilation. If we continue on this course, in which the predominant focus of security is based on a 5th century Roman adage, prepare for peace, receive war, prepare for war, receive peace, peace through absolute strength, in derogation of even strategic stability, and now having come to the point where we're hearing daily threats of the use of nuclear weapons, and the UN system utterly upended by the war in Ukraine. We're at a crisis point, a true crisis point in governance, and ideas are really important right now. The last time I think the world faced such an important necessity to change thinking was in the 1640s, when Europe was being decimated by the war between Catholics and Protestants. Somehow They had to be separated. Somehow that had to stop because people were killing and not being afraid to be killed because they were fighting for eternal, what they saw as eternal truths. It's interesting, we don't have anything like that now. We have very, very little distance in our worldviews and our ideologies. And yet, we're in an existential crisis of our own doing. We are, in fact, making ourselves an extinct species if we don't change. In 1994, a brilliant economist in the United Nations Program for Development, Mahbub al-Haq, was thinking about where's the peace dividend with the end of the Cold War? Military expenditures were hardly decreasing at a rate commensurate with the change in threats. So he did a human development report in which he highlighted a new concept, human security, centering security on people, on our humanity, not on states per se. Not that we shouldn't have states, not that we shouldn't have militaries, but the disproportionate emphasis. And the concept of human security is essentially freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom from indignity. And it's based on 7 sort of metrics or principles of how to change our perspective more meaningfully about how people really live. Economic security, assuring that every single person has minimum requirements for a decent life, a place to live, enough to eat. Thus, the second principle is food security, ensuring physical and economic access to sufficient nutrition to live decently. And health security, guaranteeing a minimum protection from disease and knowledge to lead healthy lifestyles. Environmental security, protecting people from short and long-term ravages of nature and man-made threats to nature and the deterioration of the regenerative processes of the natural world. Since that time, we've seen the extraordinary ravages of our failure to address the pandemic with a commensurate level of global cooperation. And I needn't highlight the dangers of our environmental irresponsibility with respect to climate change. But we often forget that 50 to 70% of our oxygen comes from the health of the oceans, the pH of the oceans, upon which the health of phytoplankton depends. And phytoplankton is a single-cell organism in the oceans that provides at least 50% of our oxygen. So it's like our third lung. Personal security, protecting people from physical violence, whether from the state, external states, sub-state actors, domestic abuse, predatory adults, gangs, so that people feel safe in their neighborhoods. Community security, protecting people from the breakdown of the social contract and community building, and values that prevent us from having tribal, ethnic, and religious violence. Political security, assuring that people live in a society that honors their basic human rights of freedom of conscience, protection of property, freedom of movement, and dignity. So, political security, community security, personal security, environmental security, food security, and economic security. None of these can be achieved today at a purely national level. Protecting the oceans, the climate, our lungs, the third lungs of the rainforests and the phytoplankton, addressing pandemics, an integrated financial system, and the threat of nuclear annihilation. A different approach has to take place, an approach that recognizes the reality that the human family is one, and science is telling us we have to change. We have to change how we heat our homes, and we have to change how we pursue security. I have one simple point that I think has been overlooked in much of our deliberations on nuclear weapons, because I think that nuclear weapons are sort of like the moral and practical litmus test of all of this. If we get every other issue right and don't get nuclear weapons right, we won't last long, because by madness, accident, political distortions in design, they'll be used. The cost of nuclear weapons is exorbitant, not just in money, but in intellectual capital. But I think the largest cost that is not addressed consistently is the fact that nuclear weapons institutionalize adversity. They privilege the sectors in society that have this extraordinary power and the wealth and the intellectual justifications that go along with it. It privileges those sectors of societies that have them. It leads to a distorted arrogance, the arrogance that in order to protect my state, I could risk the entire future of humanity. And it presents a barrier for cooperation, a barrier of addressing the very real threats that humanity's survival depends upon. And that's why the change is needed comes from those who started Pugwash. Albert Einstein and Bertrand Russell's admonition to us. An admonition that can rescue us, an admonition that can recover what's most important, our humanity. Remembering our humanity, forgetting the rest. I don't know if we can forget the rest, but we can certainly put human security ahead of national militarism. Thank you.
Thanks to Mr. Grenov for this contribution. And now we'll move to our next speaker in this session, Mr. Jerry Jacobs, President of this and the CEO of the World Academy of Art and Sciences, Chairman of the Board and CEO of the World University Consortium, Managing Editor of Cadmus Journal, Professor of Interdisciplinary Studies at the Person-Centered Approach Institute, Italy, Executive Director of the International Center for Peace and Development in Napa, California, and full member of the Club of Rome. So, Mr. Jacobs, the floor is yours. You have to unmute yourself.
That helped. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to be back for the second day of this discussion, which has progressed quite far since we started yesterday morning. And we had some very interesting presentations today, which build on, I think, make this session set it up very appropriately. The name of this session is The Need for a New Paradigm in Global Security, which, as Jonathan has spoken about, is we're terming it or human security. He also mentioned that I think we all agree that we are now facing existential crises in the world that cannot be addressed effectively through incremental changes in our existing policies, institutions, and ways of functioning. We had an interesting debate in the last session about, do we need a fundamental change in human nature in order to grapple with the issues that we're facing? And I think probably if we asked the question, should we have a fundamental change in human nature, we'd probably have a consensus that that would be most helpful. But I think in talking about a paradigm change, fundamental change in human nature is the last step in human transformations. I think there are a lot of things we can do before we talk about completely refashioning the human being. We've already seen radical changes in human behavior, in human functioning over the last few centuries. And Ivo talked about some of them yesterday, and Jonathan, a few of them today. So I'd just like to frame when we talk about a new paradigm, it is a very important, significant change, but I don't think we need to think that it's only possible if human nature is fundamentally changed. We've already seen that human behaviors can be substantially changed, human understanding, attitudes, opinions, and values, and we've gone through dramatic shifts in the last few centuries. So when we talk about a paradigm change, I'd like to frame it in that sense. We certainly need, and I think there's a consensus on this, we need a fundamental change in policies. Jonathan referred to military expenditure, the $2 trillion we're spending on military at the expense of investing it where it's needed. There's a global consensus today that we need change in policies about the way we manage resources, energy, biodiversity, and the environment. I also think it's clear, and there's a consensus, that we need a fundamental change in our institutions. Jonathan mentioned the fact we have to move from a national-centric, more competitive institutions to a globally coordinated and integrated ways of governance to deal with issues that cannot be effectively addressed simply at the national level. And nuclear weapons is certainly one of them. No nation can solve the problem of nuclear threats unilaterally by itself. We've got to do this collectively at the global level. We also need some fundamental changes in education. And we had a very interesting presentation by Asim Kuriak about a transnational education. And it's something the Academy has been focusing on very strongly, that our educational institutions are simply not in keeping up with the pace of change in the world or reflecting the magnitude of the needs, the need for change in pedagogy and the need for change in content. We've got a fragmentation of disciplines, more than 1,000 disciplines and sub-disciplines, at a time when we're grappling with issues which are really interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. They're so interconnected with each other. More and more specialized knowledge is not going to address these effectively. We know that our divisions between economics and politics and environment and society and human welfare and even psychology are really arbitrary divisions. Life is not so conveniently divided. All of these issues are impinging on our life today and our problems today. We also need, we're talking about a new paradigm, a fundamental change in concepts, in theory. And we've heard a lot about that in economics. We can no longer just be going after growth. We can no longer be measuring our welfare and just in terms of per capita GDP, which is accompanied by widening inequalities and widening insecurities, let alone greater and greater unsustainability in an economic point of view. So certainly if we're talking about a new paradigm, we have to be willing to challenge prevailing theory and concepts. And human security is about that. And even at a more fundamental level, we need a change in thinking. We have to overcome this artificial division of reality, this fragmentation, as if our human life and the world really exist in independent compartments that can be addressed separately from each other. We have to look at things in a much more holistic and organic way than we have been doing up until now. We can't afford fragmented policies, fragmented institutions, each one trying to touch on one part of the problem. And as we discussed in the question period yesterday, I think we also need to understand the limitations of our mind in our mistaking our lack of imagination to a lack of possibilities. We're much better at understanding what's happened in the past than foreseeing the magnitude of possible changes in the future. So I'm mentioning this just to put the rest of the context of a new paradigm in place. We have seen paradigm change in the past. I mentioned yesterday the paradigm change after World War II, where within 15 years, the global paradigm of colonialism, virtually imperialistic colonialism, political, military colonialism, just dissolved. And half the nations of the world were created, doubled in a 15-year period. We need a change from just the rights of nations, and the rights of nations have been developing for centuries, to now a focus on the rights of people, of individuals. And that was symbolized with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. But we know there's a long distance. I mean, that was a cardinal event, a landmark event in human history, where humanity as a whole, 193 countries, it was only 55 at that time, but now have come agree on a common set of values and rights that we have to focus on together. There is a change already, but we know there's a big difference between agreement in principle and agreement in actuality. So in this context, what we're trying to say is we also need a fundamental change in our concept of security. That we're still living in a competitive security paradigm where the stronger one nation is relative to other nations, the greater its sense of security, and the greater the insecurity of other nations. And even whether it's an individual security or the collective security of a military alliance, the greater the security of those within the alliance, the greater the sense of insecurity of those who are left out of the alliance. So we need a change of thinking about even national security from a competitive to a cooperative, even a globally cooperative system, which is what Ivo was referring to in his closing remarks yesterday. But at the same time, our argument is, and it's I say ours, but it's the UN focus that started in 1994, but is now gaining much greater prominence today. We need a change and shift in emphasis from national security to human security. And that doesn't mean that we abandon the importance of protecting nation states and the legitimate rights and boundaries of nation states. We're not saying that at all. We need a complement to national security. Let's call it the common security of all nations, side by side, hand in hand with the security of people. And we have good reason for saying that we need this, because we've seen that when the security of individuals is not addressed, the security of national boundaries doesn't protect us. If the threat doesn't come out from outside, it comes from inside. It comes by revolution. It comes by polarization of society. It comes from increasing extremism, increasing discontent. It becomes insecurity of drug abuse or crime or violence or corruption or something else. We have been focusing too narrowly on the national dimension, not giving enough to the global dimension, and at the same time, not giving enough to the individual human dimension. And that's what human security represents, the concept represents. It did start 25 years ago, but it came back again this year in February when the UNDP presented a new report on new threats to human security in the Anthropocene, focusing on the 7 areas that Jonathan briefly mentioned in his presentation, including the biosphere. Because though we're saying it's human security we seek, he made it very clear that without protecting the environment and protecting all life on Earth, there is no guarantee for human security. That's the foundation on which we exist. The human security, the shift to human security goes back to the discussion we had in the last session. It requires a change in values. It requires a change in values, which started in much earlier, was affirmed by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, was reinforced by the SDGs, but has still not gained the prominence and priority that it requires. Miro talked about empathy, respect, trust, resilience as critical values that we need. We do need that shift. Even with the human nature we have shifted far in granting the rights of people, the respect for people, and so forth, but we have to go further. The human security approach has several characteristics to it. In addition to this, though, one is it looks at security as an integrated element. The SDGs are a marvelous conception. As Jeff Sachs said a few years ago, the 17 SDGs are really an embodiment or a manifestation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. But in practice, the tendency has been to approach them individually, as if they're 17 things we need to do. But it's quite clear that they're all interdependent with one another. The great clarity of it is if we don't stop war, we can't get the food security that we need. We see what war has done to food security, what it's done to economic security, what it's doing to employment, what it's doing to education and other things. All of these are interacting. And of course, with climate change, it threatens all areas of human security, all the dimensions, and all of the SDGs as well, because they're all interdependent with each other. So human security seeks, let's look at them as an integral whole is what we want. We don't just want them piecemeal statistics on carbon emissions, very important, or food production. We need to think of how are we really impacting people. And of course, in different places in the world, people are living in different circumstances and their security needs may be different. But the insecurity is higher today in many respects than it's been in the past. I think it's important also to think that human security is not just a goal, it's a process. The SDGs we tend to look at as a set of processes, but human security as a set of goals. But human security is really a process in which we educate, inform, and empower people to enhance their security. This is not something that can just be done on a top-down basis by governments. We have to be able to mobilize global society to work together, to understand that only by working together in a harmonious way, we can achieve the security of any of us or all the security needs of all of us. So empowerment of the individual, empowerment of the community is very critical. Empowerment of the different stakeholder groups and in society is very important. It's not just a set of goals that government can legislate or even pour money in. We have to get the whole of society involved in that. So in that sense, human security is a unifying approach, a unifying paradigm. It's like an umbrella that not only includes all the SDGs, but it also integrates them at the same time. And it's quite clear that there's no way that we can meet the human security needs without institutional change at the global level. We talked about it yesterday. It was a theme that came up quite significantly. The multilateral institutions have been the single most powerful voice for trying to establish universal human rights and values, and to put in place specialized institutions, whether it's for children, UNICEF, or for health, WHO, or for food, FAO, or World Food Program, whatever it is, to enhance our focus on human rights and human security in different areas. But we know, and it came out yesterday, that our multilateral institutions are simply not sufficiently strong, sufficiently empowered to bring together humanity to work on addressing these issues at the global level, which, as Jonathan emphasized, is absolutely imperative because no nation state controls any of these, even for its own people, without the cooperation and collaboration of others. And this, we just in the Academy, we had a program I mentioned briefly yesterday on global leadership in the 21st century with the United Nations in Geneva. And we emphasized the fact that how do we strengthen the multilateral institutions? One of our big problems is the power lies entirely with nation states and national governments, not with the people of the world. In fact, many people in the world don't understand how important the multilateral system is for their welfare and their security. We're going to have to educate the global public about the link between these institutions, which seem to be far removed from them, and their basic needs, their basic security. And that's also a key element of the human security concept. The World Academy of Art and Science on January 1st of next year is launching a global campaign in collaboration with the United Nations Trust Fund on Human Security to try to promote global understanding and education of how important a shift in paradigm, thinking, and action on security really is. One of the goals is to reach out to the general public to recognize not only that we're all in this together, as Jonathan was emphasizing, but we need the institutions at the global level. We need to put our support behind them, our faith and trust in them, if we're going to get the level of coordination and cooperation we need to do it effectively. But we also have to address decision makers. We have to not only decision makers in government or in the international organizations or the diplomats, the parliamentarians, the business leaders, the leaders in technologies, the leaders in science, because all of in finance. And this campaign is trying to address all of them. We have a collaboration with the Interparliamentary Union, 170 plus national parliaments, which have recognized that human security is a key element that has to be introduced into their legislative agenda and influences their policymaking. We also have collaboration with the Consumer Technology Association, which is the largest technology organization in the world, the businesses, leading top companies in the world that are developing the new technology. And they recognize and agree that we have to reorient technological evolution to more and more ensure that it effectively addresses human security and not just makes more money for businesses and generates more problems for us in future. We certainly need the cooperation and collaboration of the civil society organizations like Congo, the Confederation of the large, and the religious interfaith and religious organizations, as has been discussed earlier today. We need the involvement of youth. We need the involvement of the educational institutions. We need the involvement of the universities. It's not going to happen. This paradigm change is not going to happen simply because we talk at the national level or in the General Assembly about the need for change. We've got to get the media involved. We've got to get the arts and cinema involved. We've got to get the social media involved in recognizing we're all in this together. So when we talk about a new paradigm, we obviously are talking about something very challenging. They have happened before. They are difficult to bring about, but they also tend to happen only when we're under extreme duress. And I think the existential crises that Jonathan talked about should be enough incentive for us to take this seriously enough to come together to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacobs. We are a little bit off the schedule and some of our presenters have other obligations, so we'll have questions and answers at the end of this session. So let's move to the next speaker. This is Mr. Alexander Zidanšek from World Academy of Art and Sciences, a fellow of this academy, professor of physics at Faculty of Natural Sciences and Mathematics in the University of Maribor, and researcher at Josef Stefan Institute in Slovenia. And he's Secretary General of the Josef Stefan International Postgraduate School. His topic is creative solutions for human security. So, Mr. Zidanšek, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this kind introduction. And I would like to also thank all the previous speakers, particularly Gary now, that introduced the concept of human security, and also the morning session about the role of empathy, which I believe is really important if we want to convert this world from the current state to human security. It was like, you know, 1945, the United Nations Organization was formed, and it seemed like now we have abolished war. We will provide human rights with the Universal Human Rights Declaration. And what happened was that we neither have peace nor human rights at the moment. So obviously there is some change that is needed. So in this contribution, I would also like to acknowledge my people with whom we have shared a lot of discussions, in addition with the fellows of World Academy, also Ivo Schlaus, Uroš Cvelvar, Mateusz, Rebecca, Andrea, Bojan, under the projects from Erasmus at Futura and the Norway grants. So here, what I would like to divide actually my talk in three different pieces. The first one is about education for peace, about the competences, how we develop competences, how we can do it better. Then I would share some examples from the Southeast European region. You know, this has been like a very important historic region since probably, or even before that, when the Roman Empire broke down into two different parts, Western and Eastern, in the middle of our region. And then I would like to demonstrate some pathways how we can contribute to human security, which is a new concept from the older concepts after World War II, which are obviously not good enough today. The one that brings promise to bring security to every person on this planet. And if we start about these competencies, European Union actually made a very nice list already in 2006. And the first half of the list are more technical skills and language skills, like 2 skills for languages, 2 skills for science and for technology. And then there are 4 very important skills, which they used to call soft skills, but they deal with how we relate to one another. So how can 2 people relate to one another in such a way that they create great value? You know, there are people who, I don't know, 2 leaders who like make war, throw bombs and kill people. And then there are 2 other people who are like scientists, work together, discover something great and contribute to humanity. So how could we develop these soft skills with people in such a way that they resolve this good cooperation instead of that not such good cooperation? And the European Union actually designed the database ESCO, European Skills, Competence, Qualifications and Occupations, where they have linked more than 13,000 skills, more than 3,000 occupations, which means that it's kind of easy to make this systematic study to check which skills are necessary, which competencies are necessary in order to live better, to work better, and to live with one another better. So, for example, this graph is actually very interesting, which demonstrates the difference between the mathematical or science skills on one hand and social skills on the other hand. And as you can see, the top right corner means that both skills are developed, and those are actually the professions of the future, which are supposed to contribute to a better world. But if there are none skills, then you are in trouble. If there are only one type of skills, then you're limited and you cannot contribute as much as you would like to, or as you would want to. You know, in my experience, people usually do the best they can with what they have, and lack of education, lack of skills is a very common reason that the results are not so peaceful that we would like to be. So we developed actually one application where we match competencies and skills, and then we also measure time development of each individual competence. So this is just for illustration how this could be used also for the education in peace. At the moment, we are using this for education in natural sciences, in technologies, in ICT at our school. At Joseph Stefan International Postgraduate School, we have actually a very innovative group of young people, more than half are from other countries. So we have a good testing ground for experimenting. I would like to share now an example of really good cooperation, which actually started on a not such a good note. So the idea was that Yugoslavia should have the nuclear weapons. You know, everybody else had them, so why not also Yugoslavia? So they formed 3 institutes. One was in Vinča in Belgrade by Pavle Savić. One was in Ljubljana by Anton Peterlin, Joseph Stefan Institute, and then there was Ruđer Bošković Institute by Ivan Supek in Zagreb. So they started like for an idea which was really not to the benefit of humanity. However, what happened was that those leaders who wanted nuclear weapons died, and these institutes transformed to useful service to humanity from natural sciences, physics, chemistry, material science, to computer science, ICT, artificial intelligence, and now they are actually contributed to the good of the humanity. So sometimes even an idea that was not meant so well can produce good results. So, but this was actually started in the Middle Ages. So, for example, we had from Slovenia Andrej Perlak, who was in Vienna, very famous physician and scientist. Then we had Jan Žiga Valentin Popović, who was discovering like other countries. And Ruđer Bošković, a little younger than him, but he's extremely famous, the mathematician, one of the leading natural scientists at the time. Juri Vega was a Slovenian mathematician who was developing logarithmic tables. So this is Ruđer from Croatia. And then in the 19th century, we had Joseph Stefan, after whom our institute and school are named. He was a physicist who discovered Stefan Boltzmann law, also professor in Vienna, vice president of Austrian Academy. Then there was Dragutin Gorjanović Kramberger, Andrija Mohorovičić is very famous. So this is the picture of our Joseph Stefan, who was also a poet. You know, he was not only a scientist, like he discovered this black body radiation, Stefan Boltzmann law, Stefan law, we call it. He was also a poet, so he was writing poems in Slovenian and physics in German. Then in the 19th and 20th century, actually, this region contributed to some really wonderful minds, inventors. Mikhailo Pupin was like very famous, the first probably of these famous ones. Then it was Vladimir Varičak, Milutin Milanković, who discovered Milankovitch cycles, which have been proven only after his death. So he didn't even know that he was right. Probably he knew that he was right. And Herman Potočnik is a pioneer of space travel. So he is the person, Slovenian, who invented the concept of geostationary satellite. And then I think the greatest of them, okay, so this is Herman Potočnik, the space pioneer. There are some Nobel Prizes, and there was a Nobel Prize which actually didn't materialize. So probably the greatest of them was Nikola Tesla, and he didn't want to take the prize because Marconi was offered the prize together with him, and he felt that this was really an insult, so he refused the prize. But then there were some other people who got the prizes, like Friedrich Pregl, Ladislav Ružička, Vladimir Prelog. This was prizes in chemistry. But if you look at Nikola Tesla, he was like, I don't know, many decades, perhaps even a century ahead of his time. Here he is sitting in his laboratory in Colorado Springs. Everything was just going around him. But what is interesting, on the right-hand side, there is a small light bulb, you see. And this light bulb has no cables, which means that that was in the 19th century. He was sending the electricity from his laboratory to this light bulb without the cables, with the antenna, which means wireless power transmission in the 19th century. So that's why Tesla is still famous today, and even Elon Musk uses his name for his cars. That was like people who were ahead of their time. And now the question was, how can we take advantage of the lessons that they have taught us and bring these lessons to the world peace? So I would just like to mention a few early universities, like in Zadar in the 14th centuries, in Ljubljana in the 16th centuries, in Zagreb, Belgrade. And then there were a lot of 19th century research centers here in this region, like Križevci in agriculture, Rovinj had oceanography already in the 19th century, Split Adriatic agriculture. But what was important in the 20th century, the University of Ljubljana was formed, the Institute of Oceanography and Fishery, Economic Institute Zagreb. But we talk about this cooperation in sustainability. The sustainable development concept is about 35 years old. And our institutes, mainly like Jožef Stefan, Ruđer, Vinča, have been very active in this cooperation. Also within the framework of the Club of Rome, where Ivo was actually the first member, and then he invited also some other people from us. The Stockholm Conference was very important for environmental sustainability. And then, of course, this famous meeting which defined the concept of sustainability, Rio with Agenda 21. And if we talk about the World Academy, I think the Zagreb meeting almost 2 decades ago was really important because it brought also the influence of this region more into the World Academy. It contributed to its growth, which has actually resulted in many other achievements. So from the last meeting in this region about a month ago in Bucharest, the concept of the human security is now fully developed, and the project is going on with the United Nations, which I believe was a great achievement, especially due to our president, Mr. Gary Jacobs. And this is, I believe, a new opportunity to reshape the world, which has too many wars and too little peace. So how we can do it? I believe that one issue is this throwaway culture that we have today, which should be replaced by the culture of human security. So it's not only the change in the projects or in the institutions or in how national states are behaving, but it should be a prevailing culture all over the world. Today, this throwaway culture was not planned, it just happened somehow. But the human security culture will have to be planned very carefully in order to attract these people. I've been talking earlier about the competencies. We used to learn much differently. Also, our great-grandparents learned differently than we did. But today's generation, this is like, we call it a TikTok generation. They have an attention span of a few seconds. It has to be a short video which presents what they want to hear, and but they learn even much, maybe even better than we did. Who knows? It's different. You cannot say it's better or not better, but it's certainly different. And in this different world, this culture of human security has to prevail among these young people, which is, I believe, very, very important. It should be based on human rights, which is an important concept. The Universal Declaration is very old, but in most of the world, unfortunately, today, these human rights are either not observed or not observed very well. And even in those countries that have human rights, it seemed like a lot of people would not want these human rights. Sustainability, of course, is really important. I don't have to repeat this. And peace, especially in the times like today's war in Ukraine, which is not only endangering global geopolitical security, but it's also causing a lot of people to suffer in the winter without heating, without electricity, and of course a lot of environmental degradation with bombs being thrown in thousands practically every day. So how do we transition from here to security for all? And here we see that the world is actually, it's supposed to be free and democratic, but most of the people actually still live in autocratic or hybrid regimes where they lack even a lot of, we could call not only human rights, but also, unfortunately, some dignity as a human being. So this is something that has to improve a lot. Jonathan spoke about economic security and food security and health security, environmental security, personal security, community and political security, like 7 securities, which we are supposed to create together. And how do we create this? Well, there are no universal recipes, but there should be a concerted effort of all of us to move closer. So our contribution here would be mainly in the topic of education, because we have to educate better. You know, we as the educators are actually responsible to a large extent to the trouble that we see today in the world, in our countries. We obviously did not manage to educate our youngs better than we did, which we should have. But now we really must, because there is no alternative to that. Then there's talk about values. You know, if there is a throwaway value, that's not good. I mean, it's not only about throwing away stuff, but also about throwing away human beings, which is really a crime against humanity, and it should not be allowed, which means that we must teach by example. Probably no other way how to share values, but to teach by example and to spread the value that human life is a value, that decent and human dignity must be important to every human being on earth. And then there is a certain sense of freedom to act responsibly. So to gain enough freedom that we can work together as cooperators for a better world. Like, I would give an example of scientific cooperation. You know, in science, you form groups from different people, different nations, a lot of differences in the group. However, this group is very efficient and effective and contributes to new knowledge. And this model should somehow be transferred to also other parts of the human activities. You know, even those leaders who don't like each other or even go to war to each other should somehow adopt this scientific cooperation mindset in order to increase the freedom for their people. And just to end on an optimistic note, it's not really, you know, this freedom is going down in many countries in the world. However, the technology is also contributed. It's not only destroying, it's also contributed an opportunities to increase freedom with all this helpful electronic assistance that we have, smartphones, smart everything around us. Every individual can actually be independent, more and more independent of those political leaders who don't have our best interest in mind, and can contribute more to a better world. So for the end, I would just like to acknowledge some of our good friends, Ivo Schlaus, with whom we had a lot of discussions, and he contributed a lot also to my education. And we are still very active, although he is in his 10th decade, but I think even more active probably than previously. And he's been really a great role model and shining light and educator that contributed to a better world. And the other one was our Professor Robert Blintz, whom we unfortunately don't have with us anymore, but he was really, he actually followed me since I was the undergraduate student, and also contributed not only to my growth, but most of the physicists in Slovenia and also a lot of other people were touched by him. And I believe that we distribute to those two individuals who contributed a lot also to the world peace. I would end here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zidanšek, and let's move to the next speaker. This is Mr. Allen Ware from World Academy of Arts and Sciences. He is New Zealand peace educator and nuclear disarmament consultant. He served as the global coordinator for parliamentarians for nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament, and he was among other directors of Aotearoa, I suppose, Lawyers for Peace, and executive director of the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy, director of Peace Foundation Schools Outreach Program for the UN, Decade for Culture of Peace. And he has won a number of awards for his work. His presentation is Nuclear Abolition, Achieving the Impossible Through a Common Security Framework. So, Mr. Ware, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you also for your wonderful pronunciation of the other name for my country, New Zealand, Aotearoa. It's a little hard to get your tongue around. It's the original name. It's indigenous name from the Maori of Aotearoa, New Zealand, and it's also an official name. We have two official names. I'm not calling in from Aotearoa, from New Zealand. I'm now residing in Prague, and so I'm calling from there. And behind me, you may see a book, which is the first woman to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, who was born in Prague, Gerda von Suttner, who was very instrumental in the first Hague Peace Conference, in helping set it up. Even though as a woman, she wasn't allowed to speak there, only men were allowed to speak, but a very influential woman in the development of first the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which was housed in the International Court of Justice, which has now led to the International Court of Justice. So she's there sitting on my shoulder, and I get some inspiration from the ideas she was putting forward over a century ago, dealing with some of the same issues that we're dealing with today, and coming up with some of the same concepts of common security, human security, and putting them forward. So these are not new concepts. And what is really important, though, is how we can make progress on these concepts and the opportunities that are there, that are rising for us to move forward. But also the imperative, because as Jonathan mentioned, the existential threats to the planet are so acute now. I'm going to talk about the nuclear weapons threat, which we've seen has risen, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It was bad even before then. In the beginning of the year in January, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists reset, their doomsday clock to 100 seconds to midnight because of the risks of climate change, nuclear war, intensification of conflicts between countries with nuclear weapons, and nuclear weapons still being very much of the political dynamic between those countries that have them and those countries that don't, and between the countries that have them between each other. And then we had the Russian war of Ukraine, and it all came to the fore. And we've seen it played out with Putin using the threat of nuclear weapons as a coercive tool to try and sort of consolidate, his invasion and annexation of Ukraine, and then others, Finland and Sweden, responding, going, "Oh dear, maybe we no longer can be secure without coming under the nuclear umbrella," and so applying to join NATO. So we're seeing this play out, and here is where I am bringing in a common security framework to complement the human security, because I don't believe in the nuclear weapons world at the moment, based on how we've seen the nuclear weapon states and the allied states behave, that they are ready to jump to a human security framework yet. I mean, at the moment, the primary security framework for these countries and many other countries, the primary part is national security, which requires military capacity in order to protect territorial integrity. That's still part of the security planning in the governments, in the parliaments, in the discussions. It's how do we ensure that we have sufficient and adequate and appropriate military means, whether it's individually or as part of an alliance structure, in order to protect our territorial integrity. It's not the only discussion. I mean, there are also discussions on the other human security issues, but the national security requiring military capacity comes first. Now, with the nuclear weapons, there have already been attempts to try and shift that, to get rid of that, extract it from the rest in a sense, and say, look, nuclear weapons are illegal, they're criminal, there is an obligation under the Non-Proliferation Treaty to eliminate them. That wasn't working very well. And so there was brought in a human security or a humanitarian framework to try and emphasize the humanitarian issues of nuclear weapons. It got a lot of attention. There were international conferences. Norway hosted one, Mexico hosted one, Austria hosted one. There was humanitarian consequences statements that were presented to the Non-Proliferation Treaty review conferences. They paved the way for the negotiations for a treaty, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. But none of this has shifted the nuclear weapon states or the allied states away from their reliance on nuclear deterrence. Not one of them has joined the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. It provides a capacity for them to do so, but not one has. And so even though I agree with Gary and I agree with Jonathan that we should be moving to a human security framework, and there's no role for nuclear weapons in a human security framework, at the moment, we haven't moved the nuclear armed and allied states to do that. Now, there are a number of reasons for that. There's not just one. But one of the reasons is that they still perceive that nuclear weapons provide a security role. The security role is actually a legitimate one. Defending your territory. You've got a right, under the UN Charter, self-defense. But the means of exercising that, the threat of use of nuclear weapons, is not legitimate. We've already heard from the International Court of Justice in '96 that the threat or use of nuclear weapons is a violation of international humanitarian law and the law of peace and security. And we've heard from the Human Rights Committee in 2018 that the threat or use of nuclear weapons is a violation of the right to life under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. And I mentioned this already, the nuclear weapon states have agreed. Yes, they have obligations to move towards a nuclear weapons-free world, but they're not willing to do so while they still see a security need for those nuclear weapons to provide national security. So in order to make this jump from a world based primarily on national security requiring military capacity, where nuclear weapons are one of the key elements for a large number of states, the allied states and the nuclear weapon states, to get to human security, I believe we need to emphasize a common security framework and elevate that. Now, what do I mean by that? Gary's already mentioned a little bit about what we mean by common security. It's where you're looking at ensuring that your security needs are met without diminishing the security of others. Okay, now that's a good concept, but how does that then work in practice? Well, in practice then, it employs common security mechanisms on two key aspects of this. One is conflict resolution. So when there are disputes, conflicts, using different conflict resolution tools. Now, we don't have to invent those. They exist. We have the Permanent Court of Arbitration. We have the International Court of Justice. We have the good offices of the UN Secretary General that provides mediation services. I know because our country, New Zealand, has used that office in order to resolve the dispute with France, a much more powerful country than us, when they blew up our peace boat, Rainbow Warrior, in our harbour, act of terrorism. We used the good offices of the Secretary General for mediating that, and we had a fantastic solution, resolved the conflict. So there are also in the UN Charter outlines a range of methods, negotiation, arbitration, adjudication, using regional measures as well. In Europe, there's the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which does have mechanisms there. The problem is that even though we have a lot of common security mechanisms to be able to resolve conflicts between countries, countries don't use them enough and they don't put enough emphasis on them. When a conflict comes up with another country, often the first approach they take, whether it's the government or the media, is, oh, what's our military response going to be? Do we need to build up our military forces? Do we need to sort of have an exercise to demonstrate our resolve? There's sort of like crazy military response rather than how might we resolve this issue? What are the mechanisms available to resolve that, and how are we going to utilize those mechanisms? Now, if in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, some of those mechanisms had been used earlier, we might have been able to prevent the Russian invasion of Ukraine. For example, the Crimea issue. It was basically frozen between a Western narrative about Crimea and the Russian narrative about Crimea. And all those two blocs were doing was shouting at each other, saying, we're right, now we're right. This could have been taken to a mediation process or even to an adjudication process in the International Court of Justice, which has resolved territorial disputes in the past. The claims about genocide in the Donbas region. Well, there's a process under the Genocide Convention which should have been used before Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukraine decided it after the invasion. It should have been done before, and we now have a case in the International Court of Justice, but it's a bit too late because we already have the Russian invasion. The Human Rights Council has now come into play, but again, it's after the fact. And the UN General Assembly, of course, because the Security Council wasn't in operation. We see that these mechanisms are available, but we don't use them enough. We don't put enough emphasis in them. Too much financing and political capital is put into the militaristic ones. So elevating the common security approaches, demonstrating that they're successful in the International Court of Justice cases which have dealt with territorial disputes. Virtually all of them have then been resolved after the court gave its decision, whether it was the Chad-Libya case, and there would have been 3 military confrontations prior to the Chad-Libya case in the International Court of Justice, but after the court made its decision, they resolved it. Similar with Nicaragua and Costa Rica, over Nicaragua occupying the disputed island between them. After it went to the International Court of Justice, they were able to resolve this. And there are many other cases of disputes which seem to be intractable, but then using one of these common security mechanisms have been able to be resolved. One of the reasons for that, there's a number of reasons for this, but one of the reasons is it gives it a little bit of time. So tempers can cool down a little bit. It also provides like a third-party neutral process, so a country can accept a decision from an International Court of Justice or from a mediation process that they might not be able to accept in direct negotiations with another country. You've got a third party. They're not giving in to the other side. They're actually following an approach that has been put forward by a third party. So these are some of the things that need to be used more. We have them available in the UN Charter. And if we use these to address some of the legitimate security concerns of the countries that are relying on nuclear weapons, that will be a way of then convincing them to give up their nuclear weapons. And we've seen this approach in the past. South Africa, had 6 nuclear weapons. We know they were secret. It was part of the Cold War conflict. But then President F.W. de Klerk reframed that situation at the end of the Cold War and allowed for the weapons to be demolished in South Africa, then to join the NPT as a non-nuclear state because the security reasons were resolved in other ways. So this is something we need to take forward. I think we also have some capacities to enhance the common security mechanisms. Now, I don't think we have to reinvent them because most of them are there, but there are some opportunities to enhance and build them. For example, International Court of Justice. At the moment, you can have cases either by voluntary acceptance of the jurisdiction or through jurisdiction given by treaties or through advisory opinion. We can strengthen all 3 approaches. We can encourage more countries to accept voluntary jurisdiction International Court of Justice. We can ensure that treaties on a regular basis negotiating include reference to the International Court of Justice, and we can use the advisory opinion approach more. In fact, there is one about to happen, which is really important, which is taking the issue of climate change to the International Court of Justice on advisory opinion, based on what we did with nuclear weapons back in 95-96. So these approaches can be taken and strengthened. But in addition, we can build, there's an opportunity coming up with the UN Summit of the Future in 2024 to repurpose the Trusteeship Council. This was proposed by the UN Secretary General in the new Agenda for Peace. Repurposing the Trusteeship Council could provide a way of bringing in the 4 global commons into one governance body. The 4 global commons, as identified so far, are outer space, the climate, the oceans, and cyberspace. And they're all grappling with how do you manage global commons, which are, for the benefit of all, for current and future generations. And they're all using different mechanisms. So this is one of the ideas that could be established through the UN Summit of the Future in 2024. Already, it's on the board, and it's likely to happen that the Summit of the Future will establish at least a position of the UN Special Envoy for future generations. So this process, the Summit of the Future, and also the SDG Summit, which will be later this year in September, give us opportunities to strengthen these security mechanisms and, in a sense, replace the idea of the force of law, the law of force with the force of peace and law. And I believe that's possible, but to help move that forward, we need to have civil society engagement and parliamentarians, as Gary mentioned, and others. So we have an appeal, which I'm just putting on the screen now, protect people on the planet, appeal for a nuclear weapons-free world, but also looks at the context of building nuclear disarmament as part of a human security and common security framework by supporting public health, the climate and sustainable development. We already have 1,700 influential people signing this, including a number of Nobel laureates. There's just a few of them down there, and former foreign ministers, prime ministers, former military leaders, etc. If you haven't already endorsed, some of you I know already have, we welcome you to endorse it. It's on unfoldzero.org. And this is one of the tools that we're using to advance common security and human security framework and these new opportunities like the UN Summit of the Future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. We learned a lot. And we move now to our concluding speaker in this session. This is Mr. Altai Abibulaev, Ambassador of Kazakhstan to Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro. Mr. Abibulaev was the Ambassador at Large of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Kazakhstan and served as Ambassador of Kazakhstan to Poland and was the chairman of the Nazarbayev Center for Development of Interfaith and Intercivilization Dialogue. His topic is Human Security Issues, Modern Policy of Kazakhstan in 21st Century. So, Mr. Abibulaev, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you. My topic is Human Security Issues, Modern Policy of Kazakhstan, 21st Century. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, honestly speaking, I plan to have my speech before the 1 p.m. It's of course, great pleasure for me to address such distinguished audience. Yesterday and today, important aspect of the nuclear disarmament and global security are being discussed in your platform. And I'm sure that our exchange will lead to valuable insight for foreign policy makers and for others. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, especially Croatian Pugwash Association, for providing us with this opportunity and convening this important meeting. Let me start by saying that today the global system of checks and balance has failed to maintain the peace and stability. The security architecture is eroding. Economic and political sanctions have become a new norm. That system. These problems contribute to the mounting challenges of soaring the inflation, job losses, and fears of worldwide recession, especially for developing nations. The pandemic and the global economic crisis and the consequences of the regional conflicts are demonstration of this. Today, my country, Kazakhstan, is implementing large-scale reforms in various spheres and has embarked on the path of renewal and modernization. In this regard, I'd like to draw your attention to our domestic and foreign policy priorities in supporting global and human security. The crisis of confidence between the major center of the power has reached a critical level. The world is facing its biggest threat, possibility of the conflict between nuclear powers. There will be no winners in the event of the global confrontation. Kazakhstan has suffered terrible from past nuclear weapons testing. As you know, from 1949 till 1989, and the Semipal test site has been tested, I think, 456 nuclear tests. It's much stronger than the US tested in Japan. My grandparents from mom's side there have been the eyewitness of that nuclear test in Semipalatinsk, and that the nuclear threats and the nuclear tests, it's not some virtual imagination of my people. It's we've been eyewitness and we've experienced, unfortunately, how it's horrifying story in our history. About 1.5 million hectares of the Kazakhstan land has been, let's say, tested by this nuclear tests. And from the Kazakhstan government, as you know, closed this Semipalatinsk nuclear test site. And it was first decision of my government. As you know, in Kazakhstan also has been located dozens and hundreds of the nuclear missiles in the world. So fourth powerful missiles in the world. So we know what does mean the nuclear threats and the nuclear confrontation. Today, Kazakhstan stands as a clear example of how a nation can obtain economic prosperity and the national security without nuclear weapons. Denouncing nuclear weapons can bring more investment. It can help to develop economy. Kazakhstan enjoyed a trust from the members of the international community, and since then, it's considered one of the world leaders in advocating for banning nuclear weapons to ensure nuclear safety. Given the high global risk of the use of the nuclear weapons since the Cold War, Kazakhstan called to develop a plan for the complete elimination of these weapons by 2045 is particularly relevant. Similar, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need to manage and reduce the biological risk and the dangers. It should be a universal concern that we still really want on the Biological Weapons Convention, now 50 years old, without any efforts to create an agency or body for international cooperation. In this regard, the Kazakhstan made a proposal to establish an international agency for biological safety. Has been initiated actually by my president. The government of the Kazakhstan considered that the legal basis for the establishment of that agency and its functioning could be the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling bacteriological and the toxin weapons and on their destruction of 1972. The general reaction of that agency, this BWC member countries and the international expert community was positive. We're glad for that. Along with the threats to international security, climate change requires a greater international cooperation, solidarity, and unity. Around the world, people are facing existential threats from the weather and environmental change. In Kazakhstan, we have pledged the total transformation of the oil and the coal-dependent energy sector into the net zero economy by 2016. The agenda relates directly to the global food security crisis. Kazakhstan makes a significant contribution to ensuring the regional and the global food security. We are the world's top 10 largest exporter of the grain crops, annually supplying over the 5 million tons of wheat and the 1.5 million tons of the flour. Today, Kazakhstan has become one of the world's leading producer of the flax seed and increased oil seed exports to 1 million tons. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Route, so-called Middle Corridor, has received a new impetus. We expect cargo volume through Kazakhstan to increase significantly in the years ahead. We must ensure that the Caspian Sea becomes a sea of peace and new opportunities. The Kazakhstan is a gate between East and West, North and South, between China and the European Union. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, Kazakhstan carries out a very active foreign policy. A number of the major events were held in our country in the past 2 months. The Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, so-called CICA, first proposed by Kazakhstan in 1992, remains one of the most important elements of Kazakh foreign policy. CICA is, for us, it's equal like OEC in Europe. The results of the 6th CICA summit recently held in Kazakhstan, in Astana, contributed to strengthening the regional and global security. Their leaders decided to launch the process of transforming CICA into the full-fledged regional international organization. The 7th Congress of Leaders of World and the Traditional Religions, which was held in Astana recently in mid of September, was the largest Congress since its establishment in our capital 19 years ago. It was attended for the first time by Pope Francis, as well as more than 100 reps from 18 religions. The Congress once again stressed the importance of the religion tolerance, dialogue, and the peaceful resolution of the issues. We are ready to build bridges and provide platforms for dialogue when necessary. As Pope Francis noted on a visit, Kazakhstan plays a special role in building inter-religious and inter-civilization dialogue, being a place of encounter. Dear friends, you may all agree with me that today's globalized world, the line between foreign and the domestic policy is extremely very, very thin. Today, Kazakh people are on the path towards a just and fair Kazakhstan, where every citizen enjoys equal opportunities, rights, and protections. In our domestic policy, we consistently follow the postulate, we are different but equal. The idea of justice in a public policy has become our top priority in supporting the human security. The most important part of this path of transformative political reform, our nation began reading a new chapter of our political development. In March, President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, proposed constitutional reforms to transform our country's entire state model and form of government by limiting the powers of the president, strengthening the role of the parliament, enhancing citizen engagement and political process, and further strengthening the protection of the human rights. 77% of our citizens voted in favor of these constitutional amendments in June referendum. Significantly, as per President Tokayev's proposal, the presidential term has been reduced from 2 5-year terms to a single 7-year period without the possibility of re-election. Recently, on 20th of November, the presidential election took place, and it was significant support for President Tokayev. The initiative will eliminate the risk of power monopolization. It's a real it's a real and significant step into the democracy in Kazakhstan. Our economic initiatives are focused on diversification, demonopolization, and ensuring a fair distribution of the national income. I think it's one of the crucial, important steps to strengthen the human rights and democratic values in Kazakhstan. We're taking steps to ensure that the wealthiest in our society play their part in our quest for a just Kazakhstan. We initiated the creation of the National Fund for Children. starting in 2024, 50% of investment income from the National Welfare Fund will be allocated to a special savings account for children until their adulthood. A special private charity fund for the people of Kazakhstan also now provides assistance to ordinary citizens for healthcare, education, and social security aims. We're also determined to continue to serve as most attractive investment destination in this part of the world. I do mean Central Asia. In just 6 months this year, foreign partners invested around $50 billion in our economy, 30% higher than previous year. Generally, 80% of the foreign direct investment in the Central Asia belongs to the Kazakhstan. European Union, one of the most important trade and investment partner for the with my country. To further protect human rights, several initiatives have been launched in this year. The Constitutional Council is being transformed into the Constitutional Court. This means that every citizen will be able to apply to the Constitutional Court to ensure that legal acts comply with the Constitution. The status of the Commissioner for Human Rights will be enhanced. He or she, as is now the case, has received the immunity and the guarantees of autonomy and will not be accountable of the government agencies and officials. And this year, we've also entered a new law, the abolition of the death penalty in the Constitution. It's a significant and historical decision in our part of the world. This decision has demonstrated Kazakhstan's commitment to the principles of the humanism and the highest legislative level. We will continue to reform the judiciary and the law enforcement in order to effectively promote the rule of law. Law and the order will become the fundamental factor in increasing the confidence of citizens and the state. The fight against corruption has will be more strengthening. The presidential election, as I mentioned, in 20th of November, was important. I think we are now launching new political system in Kazakhstan after this election. Ladies and gentlemen, the renewal of political institution will allow us to concentrate our efforts and consolidating the main pillars of our society. We consider the human-centered approach as one of the key principles of our state policy. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a great opportunity to take part in your conference. And once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation. I hope our cooperation between Kazakhstan and the Pugwash platform is important. I would like to express my assurance that our embassy will continue mutual cooperation, mutual beneficial cooperation with you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. And we will now proceed to the next session because we are running out of time.
Yes.
And
so I think this is also a good development of the human security because it includes economic security and energy. So as we heard, economic security is one of the components of human security and it is the basis for a stable and safe society. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Velimir Sriča, Professor Emeritus of the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Zagreb, member of the European Academy of Sciences and Arts, consultant in the field of leadership and information technologies, former Croatian Minister of Science and Technology, and so on. So many titles, we don't have time to read them all, but he also led the Croatian President's Working Group for the Strategy of Informatization. So the topic of Professor Striča is why the world needs strategic harmony. Professor Striča, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
We are running late, so I will try to make my presentation relatively short. It is based on my 4 new books published in the United States and here in Europe. And the topic of my presentation is why the world needs strategic harmony. Why is it important for security? Basically, I will connect my speech with what was said a couple of minutes or half an hour ago by Mr. Jacobs and Mr. Zidanšek. I haven't been able to listen most of the presentations because I was traveling and I just came back from a trip. First of all, obviously, we live in a disharmonious and insecure world. And for the last 10 years, we use the term VUCA times. We're surrounded by volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. And I like to see it as a metaphor because in Zulu, vaka means to wake up. We really need to wake up, and what was called here fundamental change in human nature, or something like throw away traditional ways of looking at things and searching for the new paradigm. The harmony is lacking for a long period of time. But I think that harmony is, you know, I'm right now like a kid. When you give a kid a hammer, then everything deserves to be pounded by this hammer. Harmony is my hammer. So forgive me if I use this word too often. But we were lucky, my co-author, Ara Kaufman and I, that this book was even liked by people like Philip Kotler, who is the father of modern marketing. And he wrote an introduction to our book saying that it's, to his opinion, the best fixed society book he has ever read. That was our ambition, very modest ambition, to write the fixed society book, and harmony is one of the answers. What is the problem? We are suffering disharmony and disruption for many years. Some decades ago, kids were not born out of the wedlock. The most liberal countries like Iceland, they had 15% of kids born out of the wedlock. Today, 70%. Even in neighboring Slovenia, it's 54%. We don't trust governments anymore. You can see the percentage of drop in trust in governments. We don't trust business leaders. In a couple of decades, that decreased enormously. We don't trust media. We talk about fake news and conspiracy theories. The importance of religion has dropped. We don't trust any institution that used to be strong in the past. We have lost the harmony in the workplace. The Gallup study performed maybe 5 or 6 years ago showed that only 13% of people, and the sample was huge, 1.42 billion people were sampled and researched in this study. Only 13% of people are passionately devoted to what they do. 63 are non-engaged, they're interested only in the paycheck. 24 are actively disengaged, which means that they go to work just to bother others. If you look at the Veracity Index and the different studies showing how little we trust leaders, you can see that the least trusted are those guys who are really having our destiny in their hands, which means the media, the politicians. When you look at the bottom, the politicians, the media, and the powerful business. Of course, the world in which you distrust people who are most powerful is not a safe world for anybody. Then we can talk about a need of harmony in the so-called new normal in the digitalization. 12 years ago, if you would see 6 kids in the picture like here, they would probably talk to each other. Today, teenagers spend on the average 8.5, basically 8 hours and 23 minutes per day on their mobile devices. 4 billion people are in social networks, spending close to 1 hour there, and most of it is not really productive. And just to illustrate how much garbage there is in the digital world, I like to quote the fact that Facebook officially recognizes that 9 to 16% of their profiles are fake. Of course, can you trust anything that is so distorted? Harmony should be the answer to the crisis of purpose. We have talked about a crisis in security, but we have international relationship crisis of our democracy. Nobody's pleased with it. Shareholder capitalism crisis because it's not stakeholder oriented. We have health crisis with two great pandemics. One is COVID-19 and the other is, of course, the fact that we are depressed more and more. Chronic depression is really an epidemic. Then a crisis of faith and trust, educational crisis, we have talked about all that, ecological crisis, family crisis, distorted moral compass. Harmony basically means, in our book, a mental reset. Why is reset important? Because we are dissatisfied with the outcomes, which means that we are not only efficient if we judge the behavior, but we must change the values. As Einstein used to point out, if you do something the same, using the same thinking as usual, then you will get the same results. We are dealing with world issues with the same thinking for the last couple of decades, even more, and we are getting the same results, and the results are not really pleasing. What is a harmony? I have used the term, but of course you know what harmony is, but I like the poetic definition. It's the balance of what you think in your head, what you feel in your heart, what you do with your hands, what you hope for, and it's all in harmony. We live in a world which pushes us into saying one thing, thinking another thing, feeling still something different, and doing completely different. I was in politics. I was traveling all over the world. I was a visiting professor at UCLA. I graduated from Columbia. I was teaching in Beijing, in Dubai, in Shanghai, all over the world. And I have learned that harmony is not existing basically in any part of the world. One of the answers has been already pointed out. We talk about the key values. In our book, we have proposed a simple TEST model. TEST is short for trust, empathy, sustainability, and transparency. And if we had more time, I would talk about each of them, but we have mentioned most of these ideas, so I will skip it. Of course, trust is the key here. Mindset is crucial, so we have in my books, I have done it, and in our book, we have kind of replicated a description of strategic harmony mindset. What should be really done? What kind of new mental paradigm should be adopted? It's not, all of it is not new, but it's a new combination of things that we already know that are functioning, but are not present around us. First of all, we need different types of leaders who are catalyzers of global harmony. We now have leaders who are catalyzers of global chaos mostly, and who create disorder and disharmony. Of course, we have a set of ideas how to educate these people. First of all, we have to change some values, and this is the list of values, and since we don't really have time, I will go very quickly through some of these points. Catalyzers in search of harmony are the people who are behaving like evangelists. For example, this conference is a type of evangelistic event, but we are talking to ourselves and not much will be changed because we have just noticed, well, these are the problems and everybody knows there are the problems, but nobody does much about changing them. First, we have to explain where we are very clearly, which is not still the case. We have different scenarios of where the world is and different scenarios where the world should be. We have to provide a clear vision. We used to have clear visions about the future. Today, it's not that clear as it used to be. Then we have to move people to set them in action and motivate and inspire. And basically, nobody is doing it because, as mentioned before, we don't have institutions. We don't have educational system. We don't have a value system. We don't have infrastructure to do it. Each country, each nation is selfishly fighting for its own interests. And basically, we are living in disharmonious world. I was personally associated with Jack Welch, who was proclaimed to be the manager of 20th century, and I learned a lot from this guy. One of the things he used to say is the lack of candor is the dirtiest little secret of failure in business, in politics, everywhere. And we are surrounded by fake news, by lies, by lack of candor and trust. Nobody trusts anybody. And this is where we should really start. We should start from having trustful leaders, having trustful institutions, having trustful educational principles and everything else. But it's a very difficult problem. I work also as a business consultant, and I know that I manage to help companies only when we are ready and able to confront brutal facts and start by a good description where the problem is. Then we're probably going to solve this problem. Otherwise, we're not going to be successful. Today, it's not so much a problem to learn, but we have to unlearn the old practices. It's like this traditional story, Zen story about Nan-in, teacher of Zen. An American pays him a visit and he says, I want to learn what Zen is. And Nan-in starts to pour tea in his cup. And when the cup is filled, he continues to pour tea. And the American guy says, your cup is full. You cannot pour anything inside. And then the Japanese teacher of Zen says, so is your head. Your head is filled with prejudices, good ideas, concepts, values, and stuff like that. But you cannot change unless or learn anything about Zen unless you're first ready to empty at least a part of your cup. We need an unlearning system all over the world to get rid of old values and to start to build new ones. One of the principles on which we should do it is not to criticize everything because it's not motivational. I have learned that as a business consultant. If you say to guys, it's bad, you have to change it, nobody will be motivated. I learned to approach them differently. I would come to a group and say, this is great what you have been doing, but it can be better. So it's good, but can be better should be our approach. Think positive, of course. We have to be optimistic. The world does not give us many reasons for that, but in principle, we are now like two shoe salesmen in Africa 100 years ago. When the first one reports to his headquarters, everybody's barefoot, we're not going to sell any shoes, unpacking and going home. And the other reports to his headquarters saying that everybody's barefoot, we can sell millions of shoes, let's organize. Now we need to organize. We need not to be in panic, not to be negative, but to try to change the world. Of course, it takes a lot of calculated risks. We will probably make mistakes. Mistakes must be seen as learning tools. And of course, we need some speed. And these are the ideas for the catalyzer. This is the type of manager that I try to produce as an educator, or I try to develop as a consultant. A person who says if everything seems under control, I'm probably not driving fast enough. Of course, we need passion and commitment. If we don't put heart into it, nothing will happen. Self-motivation is our battery, and now we have 8 billion people whose battery is filled with energy to create better world and safe world, but there are no kind of physical forces to push them into that. We need proactive people. I like to tell a story about Nobunaga, who is a Japanese warrior, and he learns that his army is afraid, and then he takes them to a Shinto temple and says, I will toss a coin. If there is heads, we're going to win. If tails, we're going to lose. And then he tosses the coin, and his deputy catches the coin and shows heads to everybody, we're going to win. And of course, they win. In the evening, they celebrate the victory, and the deputy returns the coin to Nobunaga, saying, it was so nice to have destiny on our side. And Nobunaga says, no, the coin has heads on both sides. This is what we should do. We should be filled with initiative. We should be proactive. We should fight for it. At the same time, we should cherish the win-win spirit. When I decide something with my friend, coworker, teammate, with my wife, with my kids, if we disagree, then we don't go for win-lose. We go for giving up on my proposal and you give up on your proposal because there are confronting proposals. Let's search together for the proposal that will be good for both of us. And this is what we need in all the situations. We need to educate people differently. We have filled the world with conflicts. Nobody wants to lose, and that's why everybody wants to win. Everybody feels afraid, frightened, and aggressive. We need to change that paradigm, and it's really important. When I finished my year of study in Beijing, I went to see the Shaolin Temple because as a kid I was practicing karate and some kind of stuff like that. And the great teacher of fighting at that temple, his name was Li Xiaolong, he said to us something that is really important. He said, everybody thinks that we are teaching our students to fight the enemy. No, we are teaching them to fight the enemy inside. And this is what we should do. This is what really means to change human nature, to work on ourselves, to start from ourselves and then start with our families, start with our local communities. I'm aware that it sounds utopian, but I think that we don't have really another choice because when I was born, there were 4 billion people on this planet. Now there are 8 billion people. Take into account that the majority of people who ever lived are contemporary people. There are more people today on the planet than all the people that died ever in the history of mankind. And we have problems with that planet. Of course, we need to stick to ethical solutions and don't search for any good way to do the bad thing. We should do the right thing. And of course, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of our lives, and hopefully we can make it more harmonic. I have on purpose made my speech evangelistic to a certain point because I need that, because I think that's really necessary, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Striča, for this great presentation. It was really inspirational, and we need this kind of optimism and this kind of great messages who can enrich us and push us forward in what we do. Our final speaker for today, Mr. Jose Luis Cordero, World Academy of Art and Science Fellow, engineer, economist, futurist, and transhumanist, founder of the World Future Society Venezuela, president of the Venezuela Node of the Millennium Project, and former director of the Venezuela chapter of the Club of Rome. He has written 12 books, including his latest bestseller, La Muerte de la Muerte. The title of the presentation is From Fossil Energy to Renewable Energy, a New Opportunity for Humanity. Mr. Cordero, the floor is yours. Can you hear us? We don't hear you. Unmute.
Okay,
please.
now.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Thank you very much. It is a real pleasure to be with this community. When I was a student at MIT, I participated in many park wash activities in Boston. So this is fantastic. And at the time I was in energy. So I want to talk about the future of energy and how this relates to peace and harmony in the planet. So let me just move forward. We just finished with the COP27 conference in Egypt, and many of these ideas were discussed. Unfortunately, not everything went well, and we have been delayed in many of the targets, but this is still moving forward. So I am optimistic, even if it is a bit delayed, like this conference is a bit delayed in time. As an engineer in MIT, I was in energy. Now I have moved into biotech, but still I follow energy very closely. In fact, with the Millennium Project that I lead for Latin America and Spain and Portugal, I concentrate on energy trends, which is part of the 15 global challenges that we talk about in the Millennium Project, which are related to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and that we publish every year in the State of the Future, our report from the Millennium Project. Also, we have done regional reports, like for Latin America, how Latin America could be in the year 2030. And I had the pleasure to present it at the World Economic Forum, Davos. And now we just released a study about the year 2050 that I highly recommend that you download for free in our website, where we talk about a future with 3 scenarios, one which is in harmony, sustainability, and energy for everybody. in this planet, and also decolonization of space that is coming up in the next decade. I am one of the founding faculty of Singularity University, and I was the professor of energy, sustainable energy. I talked about all the great opportunities in sustainable energy and how this is growing exponentially also, and the impact on the environment. The idea of Singularity University has become very popular, including 2045, which is the year when we say that we will reach the singularity and immortality for those who are interested. This has to do with the exponential trends that Ray Kurzweil talks about in his book, The Singularity is Near. And you can see what is happening, for example, in IT. In IT, in 40 years, we have moved from 1K to 1 tera in 40 years, and this keeps accelerating. But not only on IT, information technology, also in biology, as you can see with the sequence of the human genome. This is moving even faster than Moore's law, faster and faster. But not only biology and medicine, it is also getting out into energy. And we are moving from the old, slow fossil fuels into the new and fast, clean and renewable energies of the future. All of this is related to technological convergence and technologies adding one on top of the other. Nano plus bio plus info plus cogno. Everything is being added. And so the change is exponentially faster. Things are smaller, cheaper, and better. And it is difficult for us to understand exponentiality because we think linearly. We grew up in the linear world and we think linearly. But if we think exponentially, things move much, much faster. If we take 30 linear steps, each step of 1 meter, after 30 steps, we have walked 30 meters. But if we think exponentially and we double, after 30 doublings, we have basically gone around planet Earth 26 times, and we have walked more than 1 billion meters. This is a big difference between exponential and linear. And technology, including energy, is beginning to go exponentially. I had the pleasure to interview Sir Arthur C. Clarke that talks about the technologies of the future and the laws of the future that include this exponentiality. And energy, again, is the biggest industry in the planet. We are talking about $8 trillion, and this industry is being disrupted. There is a huge disruption from fossil fuels into renewables that are growing exponentially. In my alma mater, in MIT, we have the MIT Energy Initiative, and every student at MIT has to take a course about energy. The same at the National Academy of Engineering of the USA. The #1 priority in terms of engineering for the planet has been declared as solar energy for everybody. Cheap solar energy for everybody anywhere. Companies are beginning to react, like British Petroleum, that has changed its meaning to beyond petroleum, and it's moving into renewable energy. In fact, you can see the different waves of decarbonization. Now energy has less and less carbon and more hydrogen, eventually getting to the energy of the sun, which is the fusion of atoms of hydrogen. So we are truly moving into different waves, faster and faster, into cleaner energy. As Sheikh Ahmed Yamani said in the year 2000, the Stone Age did not end because of lack of stones, and the oil age will end soon, and not because of lack of oil. Not because of lack of oil. And I grew up in Venezuela that has plenty of oil, but oil is not the future. The future is solar power. And also because of environmental issues. The environment is going through big disruption as well, and we have to be careful about the environment. In the United Arab Emirates, they are building Masdar City, which is a solar city with electric mobility, and it's fantastic. You can see in the pyramids also solar panels, where the COP27 was in Egypt, and energy is growing exponentially. This is truly amazing. You can see an exponential growth of solar energy, and this will continue. So in the next 20 years, we will reach the energularity, which I define as the time when we will have basically all of the energy from solar power, not from fossil fuels, but from solar power and other renewables. The idea of the energularity is similar to the idea of the technological singularity of my friend Ray Kurzweil from MIT, or the Methuselarity, which is the moment when we will live long enough to live forever, or live at least to 1,000 years, by my friend Aubrey de Grey. So we have the singularity, the Methuselarity, and now the energularity, the energy singularity in the next 20 years, when solar power will provide energy for the whole planet. In California, this transition is moving very fast, and a third of the energy now is renewable in California. Over 50% in Denmark is wind energy. In Germany, already also over a third of the energy now is solar energy. And this is important because Germany has no sunshine, like Spain, for example, where I live. But they have managed in 20 years of Energiewende, energy transition, to move into solar power. Even small countries, Costa Rica, 100% renewable, Texas, 100% solar energy in some cities in Texas, the land of petroleum, 100% solar energy. And why solar? Because it is the biggest opportunity in the planet. We have so much solar power compared to anything else on the planet. So we have to move, and we are reaching what is called grid parity. Solar energy keeps on going down, and fossil fuels keep on going up in cost. So in most of the planet now, we have reached the grid parity, and solar energy has become cheaper than fossil fuels. And this is important because every place, even Germany, even Russia, even Alaska, have a lot of sun. And this is combining with mobility and the fifth generation of telecommunications, where all the cars will be connected, they will be self-driving, and they will be smart. They will be interconnected. This is the self-driving cars. And Tesla gave an example of moving also into electric cars. Forget about fossil fuels for cars. We are moving into electric cars with superchargers all over the planet. The USA began with only 100 stations, now over 3,000 stations of electric cars, and building many gigafactories, 4 megafactories by Tesla. But China is taking over now. China is making bigger electric battery factories than Tesla. And look at how fast the transition can be. You are looking at New York in 1900. Basically, there were no cars powered by energy. It was cars powered by horses. In 13 years later, there were no horses in New York. In only 13 years, it went from horses into gasoline cars. So this transition can be done very quickly, and it will be done very quickly. And also we have nuclear fusion energy, not fission, but fusion energy, which is the energy of the universe, is the energy of the sun. So we are creating an energy internet, moving from dirty energy into clean energy. And Buckminster Fuller talked about this energy connection, energy planetary connection. And we will have also Whitetricity that was developed by some scientists from the Balkans, Whitetricity, wireless electricity transmission. And finally, we will go into space and use solar power from space, from solar satellites, or even like the International Space Station that uses sun power. This is JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, for their plans for 2030. But the Chinese announced last week that they plan to have solar power from space in 2028, 2 years ahead of the Japanese or the Americans. This is moving very, very, very fast. So this is how the satellites are powered, or the space stations, with solar energy. There is plenty of solar energy that we can beam down from the moon. And Russian scientist, Nikolai Kardashev, he designed the energy scale of the universe. We have a lot of solar power in the universe at the planetary, solar system, or the galaxy scale. This is called, I repeat, the Kardashev energy scale of the universe. And we are babies, we are babies. We don't use 1% of the solar energy available to us on planet Earth. I repeat, not 1% of 1%. So we have incredible potential now that we have the technology to use all of this. Remember, we have reached the grid parity. This will give electric power everywhere in the planet. We are also dividing energy supply from energy intensity. We produce more and more with less and less included energy, more and more output with less and less energy. All energies are coming down, not solo solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, biofuel energy, and batteries. Batteries are growing exponentially. And there will be many types of new batteries to store this solar energy and wind energy. Even offshore, you can see this. This is in Belgium right now. They are using offshore water differential to store energy. This is incredible what we are going to have in storage also. And we will have camels powered by solar energy and donkeys powered by solar energy in this transition from energy poverty into energy abundance. The end of energy poverty is in the next 20 years. We will move from a scarcity into abundance of solar energy. And we will solve not only energy problems, but water and food problems. We will have a lot of more security because of this transition. And I want to finish quickly because you see, this is the world at night. And the Chinese say, don't blame darkness. Don't blame darkness. Light up a candle. Let's light up a candle. Let's illuminate the world. There is plenty of energy for energy security, for energy abundance, for energy wealth, for every human being. But we have two futures. If you look at Korea, we have the future with energy, and we have the future with no energy in North Korea. Not just no energy, no internet. North Korea is the last country in the planet where there is no public internet. No public internet, while there is no energy in North Korea, while South Korea is very illuminated and has the best internet in Asia. So we have to meditate about the future, look at the transition also on mobile telephones between the two popes, the Benedict XVI and Pope Francis. Look how it changed. There were no mobiles, there were no cameras, and it changed in one decade. So we need to finish thinking that has yin and yang. All this has very yin and yang. And inside yin yang has little yin yang. So we need to meditate. Let's meditate about the future in any way, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist. And I finish with this fantastic Chinese word that I love. This means crisis in China, in Chinese and Japanese and Korean when using Chinese characters. And crisis has two parts. The first part means danger, but the second part means opportunity. We are in the biggest crisis of humanity with a lot of danger, but a lot of opportunity. So thank you so much. I love what the Poshwash group is doing, and also the World Academy of Art and Science. So thank you so much. Sorry for running late. My apologies, but congratulations for a fantastic event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cordero. This was truly impressive to see the future of energy and the developments. It's really going so fast, developing so fast, and who knows what will happen in the next 50 years. The world will be completely different. I mean, in the next 10 or 20 years. And the energularity, we will remember this word. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for taking the effort. It was really impressive. We would like to have your presentation also, if we can, for distribution. And if there are any questions or comments on this, please, now is the time.
Well,
Yes.
I asked the floor, but since I have to make something with a short conclusion, very short conclusion, I will postpone this.
Okay. Any other question or comment for our speakers? If not, thank you very much. This session was really great. I think we all learned so much, and I think we can really learn from each other and make these events more frequent, and to at least, like Professor Svica said, we're not talking to us because we are spreading the knowledge. We have the YouTube streaming. We hope to reach students. We will disseminate this two-day conference. We really heard great presentations, I think, in all fields of science, the humanities, the natural sciences, the social sciences, the security studies, the peace studies. I think we heard a lot of new ideas that we can use for our work. And I think also we had a great geographical balance because we had people from India, from Venezuela, from Turkey, from Africa. I think
South America.
Yes, this and Europe, of course. And I think this is for Kazakhstan. So this is the way that we bridge the gap, that we learn from each other within a global platform. And I thank once again to everyone, to all the speakers and participants. And for concluding this session and concluding this two-day event, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Paolo Cotta Ramusino. Bye. See you. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Cordero. Mr. Paolo Cotta Ramusino, the floor is yours.
I will take, thank you very much. I will take only, I think, 5 minutes, since there has been such a variety of arguments, very interesting one, and I cannot just put them all together. I will just take about the issue of global security and conflict resolution, which I think is the one which concerns me most in this moment. I think in the session where Jerry Jacobs was talking about global security is put correctly at the center of our concern. We need to have global security. Global security is in antithesis with the development of conflict. So global security means essentially conflict resolution. Conflicts are motivated by several facts: difference in religion, ethnic difference, language differences, and I would say economic problems are in a layer which is further. I mean, it's less important. I think the identification of people in terms of nationality, religion, ethnic, and languages is more important in terms of creating conflicts and in opposing a solution of this conflict. Economic arguments are important too, but are not the determinant one. As much as the war is not determined by the arms control, sorry, the arms producer, war is determined by antagonism between groups. So we have to solve this. And what is the role of nuclear weapons in all of this? On one sense, nuclear weapons are preventing some specific war activities, namely between countries that possess nuclear weapons. And that's important up to now. But on the other side, they increase the risk. So if war happens between countries that possess nuclear weapons, then we're going to be finished. And that should be very clear. You see, we have three problems for mankind, main problems for mankind. One is nuclear weapons. The other one is global global warming, which I think is affected, but is very slowly. And the other one is pandemics. So we have seen some of them. If we have a pandemic which will destroy our capability of resist to virus or whatever it is, then we're going to be very strongly diminished in terms of mankind. Nuclear weapons is the one which I deal with. And if you want, nuclear weapons as playing a role in terms of preventing certain kind of activities, but it's also increasing the risk, as we said before. And we have to be very careful and make conflict resolution as a key issue for international policy in terms of preventing conflict which can have catastrophic events. And this is why when we have a situation like the one in Ukraine or other countries, but Ukraine is the one, we have to facilitate conflict resolution no matter what. It's not an issue of who is right, who is wrong. We have to focus on conflict resolution. And if people don't do that, if the countries don't do that, then they should be reprimanded, so to say, or they should encourage to promote conflict resolution. And then you see, one of the aspects of conflict is that they tend to be solved very slowly. I mean, we have a problem like Palestine, which has been around for 70 years. and other problems are around since a long period. So we have to, on one side, accept the fact that conflicts can last longer. On the other side, we should be focused on working irrespective of the length of the conflict. So we have not to give up at all. We have to promote conflict resolution, however, in whatever situation and no matter what the difficulty is. That's something which is very important. And I think that we are witnessing a very dangerous environment. We should talk with everybody. We should stop blaming only one of the group which is active in a conflict and try to solve, understanding the motivation of all the parties in the conflict and try to solve the issue. It is something which we are legitimate in saying that someone is more right than the other, or someone is more wrong than the other. But nevertheless, if we want to avoid serious conflict, we have to take into consideration all the motivation and try to work in the direction of solving the problem. Not easy, but that's what we should do now. And this is what we have been learning from the issue of Ukraine. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that judging is much easier than understanding. So we should all work on understanding also, as Professor Jakovljević said, that we must understand also our enemies and have empathy for our enemies. So this is something that we can also take from this conference. And I will always end with education, because I think that is really the basis for everything. And we should upgrade our education with the study on human nature, the study of empathy, the study of all the religions and those human values, universal values that exist throughout history and that were taught in philosophical schools before. We should renew this type of education and make people a civilization that is aware and conscious and more empathetic. And once again, I thank you very much. If there is no other comment on this, I think this is a great way to close our two-day event. And I would like to thank once again to everyone who stick with us till the very end. I would like to thank to all the speakers. They were brilliant presentations. I think we all learned so much. I would like to thank our audience on YouTube and everyone who contributed with questions, with comments, and sharing their wisdom and knowledge with us. Have a very nice day. Many greetings from Zagreb, and see you on the next event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. All the best.